Last session, we ended right where you guys had finished up at Callan's Monastery, or finished up your first day over there at Callan's Monastery, and now I believe that the vast majority of the party is wanting to go ahead and explore their way over to Hoppard Monastery to give a final send-off to the great Hopper who perished in hell. But I believe that's actually all of the recap that you guys need, because we recapped before. So without further ado, I do believe then that the story is yours.
Yeah.
I would need to find the headmaster and inform him about our idea of possibly somebody following us, could possibly be showing up, just to put them on alert to, make sure that they're okay.
For sure.
Can I? Are we RPing that or?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ty, you can
So,
absolutely be with me on that.
Yeah, no, I there's something I want to RP before we leave. It's kind of important.
You guys start searching out for Amos Kisnade, and you're able to find him.
Amos, Feli.
I'm sorry.
Not Amos, Feli.
Oh, gotcha. Yes. Okay, with you now.
I
You guys find
remembered names. Okay. Yes. Headmaster Feli. I apologize for putting you in this type of situation, but we may have a problem. There is a possibility that there is somebody following us, following our party. We recently found out, we came out of the Hells in Spiricles, and we were at Hightower. We found out that after we left Hightower, many of the people with whom we had an intimate interaction, whether we talked with them, we bought something from them, anything like that, they were brutally murdered. The king was murdered, several shopkeepers, a librarian. I rattle off all the ones that I had that were confirmed. And I say, there's just a possibility that there may be somebody who is just kind of interested in causing us pain, or just making sure that we don't really know yet. We honestly don't know whether that's true or not, but in that possibility, I just wanted to give you a note of warning to be on the lookout, to be extra wary of strangers, make sure that extra sentries are posted, just be exceptionally careful for a little while, until maybe we can actually confirm these suspicions, or hopefully not confirm them.
Of course, my son. It would be... Yes, of course. I will gladly keep an eye.
If there is anything, we plan on moving on, but we won't be far. We're visiting the monks of Agnatolians, and if there's any way for you to send word to me if anything happens, or anything like that, if please do.
Of course.
That's about it.
All right. Jason has his hand raised.
Yeah. The main thing I want to do, I guess, is just over the first night, especially whenever, because Callan had let me know that I may be able to use the library, similarly to how Kai and Den did. And I wanted to do any kind of research that I could, spending the full night if I could, on what they know about death, I know that may be a lot, but specifically how to reverse death. Maybe for their rituals, if that's available.
You cut out a little bit right there. What was that?
Oh, maybe like how they do their rituals, how they kill a member and they go down to the hills and then they are brought back. If that's not available, as that's like probably a secret, mainly of what they know of how death works, maybe.
Sure. Okay. I don't know if there was a question there or not. I still can hear you well.
I just wanted to do research over the night in the library.
Okay. Gotcha. That's totally fine.
What'd you do for lunch?
All right. Go ahead and make a investigation check specifically for the books that you are trying to find.
Okay. 8.
Okay.
That's an 8.
An 8.
Since we had talked about it, would I be able to give advantage on that by telling him where to look for those kinds of things, or?
Probably not. Probably
Okay,
not.
just checking.
I mean, is this the same night that Kai and Din are all in the library together?
No, this is the day after.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Resume?
Okay, so you were looking for a specific book. What was what specific magical book were you looking for there, York? And you got an 8 on your investigation.
Yeah, basically just information about death, because all things considered, I don't really know a whole lot about it in the grand scheme of things. But
Sure.
anything additional that I could grasp from, the monks that study death.
For sure. All right. One of the books that you find that's like it was already open. It looks as though it had been studied relatively recently. But you find a book that has a specific passage or a specific phrase highlighted within it that says, all living things play a role in the natural world.
Okay.
And then as a little jotted out note, it says, as does death. Meaning that you can assume from this meaning not just all living things play a role in the natural world, but that all living or dead things play a role in the natural world.
Okay.
Basically, this book is just actually talking about the philosophy of how life and how death interact with each other to create a harmony, to create a balance within Bardoon. And not just even within Bardoon, but within all that lives, or all that could live, all that has lived. But there has to be death. And whenever people start messing around with the dangers of death, and messing around with potentially changing death, things maybe get a little wonky. And so just one of the, I guess your takeaway from it is that even the people of this monastery, like your buddy here, like Callan, even though they grew up around death and they know death really well, it's something they still hold a great reverity to, that it's something to consider dangerous.
Okay. But it's very necessary and
It is essential. Yeah.
necessary.
Yep, it is entirely essential.
Okay. Well, I'll spend probably a good portion of the night or whatever reading that.
Okay.
What's the title of the book?
The title of the book is called Life, Death, a Perspective, a Perspective from Monks.
For mugs.
I like it.
How to be a death monk for
Okay.
dummies.
Follow these 12 easy steps in a installment plan of $19.99 a month. And
Okay.
you too can be a death monk.
Now you just sound like Wizards of the Coast.
Oh my God.
Um,
We're recording and you just shot yourself in the foot.
Ah, dang it.
We've been
There went
immediately
that one.
demonetized.
we'll
We're out.
never get sponsored now.
Oh no, quick,
So,
shill loot crate.
Right.
Are the
It's okay, because we still play Raid Shadow Legends.
100 free heroes.
No, I legit just took a drink of soda and almost spewed it over my computer.
That's the ad.
Yeah.
Literally.
Use
Oh, man.
code WTCS777. Wizards of the Coast sucks 777. And provide this card, your Visa. And all of this can be yours.
You
John
ever
Wick.
get mad at Wizards of the Coast for making you pay for everything? Well, you should try Raid Shadow.
Raid Shadow Legends is the most upcoming free-to-play mobile game.
It's a revolutionary new experience way to play on mobile.
Yeah, for like
It
the past 4
actually-
years.
Even then,
All right. Hey guys, aren't we tired of
the
hearing it?
content.
Aren't we tired of hearing the ads for Raid Shadow Legends? That's the reason this week's sponsor
AFK Arena,
is
I know.
AFK Arena.
It was either gonna be that or Ooh La La, whatever that game is.
Oh, it's
Zenny
a free
Optics.
mobile. It's a free Idle Monster game.
So,
With Markiplier.
are there any monks around in the library?
Yeah, there's a couple.
If any of them are, well, I don't know if any of them are approachable, but I'll just approach one myself. And what their take is on it.
Couldn't hear a word you said.
Really?
You're breaking up
This
something.
is getting frustrating. Let me see if I can move into the living room.
This is this is like when we were using our computer and not our phone.
Yeah, it's about
Well,
as
wait.
bad.
And just tell me if it's getting better or worse.
It's stable right now.
Okay.
Just in and out.
Anything?
I'm assuming you approached the monk and you began to ask them about what the book is. Is that right?
Yeah, like if they read it, what their take is.
Oh, let me pop the collar. Yes, I'm aware of the book. I was the one who was reading it a few minutes ago.
Oh, so sorry. Did I lose your place?
I don't know. Did you lose my place? I haven't been able to look at it since it's been in your hands.
Did I take it from his hand?
Well, no, I just haven't been able to read it since it's been in yours. It was on the table. It was open. And you're the one who picked it up. And I said, well, if the man needs the book, let him have the book.
Thanks. What is your take on it so far?
My take on it's a pretty good read. I've read significantly worse.
Is this pretty much
It came to us from not too far away from here. It was a a separate monastery. It was not from our own. That's the reason it ended up here in the library, and that's just not one of our teachings. It came from the monastery Agnatoliant, not too far from here. Are you familiar with it?
No, I'm not really familiar with any monasteries, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's a lovely, lovely place. Very good people over there. They have a very defined order. Very, very lovely people.
Good, good. Glad to hear that.
As
Well-
far as the book is concerned, the book is a good book. It's a good read, made well. Seems to have done its research. Very philosophical, which suits my taste perfectly.
Yes, I love philosophy. That's for sure. Yes. So what do you think of the part where you shouldn't mess with death, and if you start to, things get all wonky? What?
That's
I
a
guess
very
what?
serious question. That's a very
Yeah,
serious
what-
question that deserves a very serious answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. Was something that I said funny? I
Absolutely
said
not. No, I'm taking this very serious. What is your serious answer to my serious question?
Well, seriously. The balance of life and
He sounds like a mixture between Obama and Frasier.
I was thinking Snape and Obama merged together.
There's a little Squidward in there.
Snape, Obama, and Squidward just thrown in
They
a
have a
blender.
poll.
Squidward.
This
Yeah,
is a book
Squidward.
of refined taste.
oh my gosh, Casey, how do we not have a bread in a can emote yet?
Oh yeah, that's gold.
They have it. Canned bread.
Oh Lord. Gosh, I'm not even gonna be able to remember that voice now.
This is very refined taste.
Oh yeah.
I have a
that's right.
serious answer.
I'm sorry. I'm talking, please. Excuse me. My serious answer to your serious question, very seriously, would be that death is a very serious thing. In all seriousness, you need to be very cautious of how you would tamper with it. I do believe that philosophy is correct, that there is a balance of life and death. And beyond there being a balance of life and death, there's a necessity for each other, as is laid out in the book.
As well, I'm not sure if this is secret knowledge, and if so, I apologize. But doesn't your order kill its new members in order to face some sort of rite of passage and then bring them back?
Oh no, that is not what we do here. That is not the monk way.
Not the
That would
monk
be
way.
a cult.
Oh,
We're a cult.
okay.
No, our initiation is more symbolic, more of a death to self, more of a death of the world, opposed to a physical death.
I have met one of your masters, and he would seem to say otherwise. Are you sure we're in the right monastery?
Oh yes, no, I'm quite sure.
He sorry, OOC a little bit. He may not be initiated into this yet, Yorick. Like he may
Yeah.
not have gone through that part yet.
Fair enough, but Yorick is very confused.
There's not exactly a pamphlet for me to have read before.
Are
The
you
welcome letter was very vague.
Are you new here?
I am relatively new, yes.
Because if he wasn't new, Callan would have yeeted this guy off the top of the monastery by now,
Yeah.
like long before this.
Okay. I apologize. So what was your draw to becoming a monk of the deaf? Stop it, Drew.
Monk of the ... death.
Question mark.
Two ellipses.
The soft roleplay has really helped me get better into the voice of Yorick. It's very much the ellipses.
Yeah,
is
it's so
thing.
good.
Oh, dude, I do the ellipses way too much.
Yeah.
The best punctuation there is.
Ellipses.
Ulysses
The-
S. Grant.
Indeed.
You look.
Ampersand.
Sorry, go ahead.
My natural draw to coming here would have been more than certainly the knowledge. The knowledge that is here is very great. They seem to be lovely people. From what I'm able to tell, all of them seem to be very martially capable, as well as mentally capable. Most of them seem to genuinely be good, kind people. Ones who want to improve themselves, want to improve the Bardoon. There's a certain draw that it has to people like me who have been down before in many ways. That coming close to death as I have before on many occasions, it's comforting to be around those who do not fear it and who understand it and yet respect it at the same capacity.
That all makes sense. Though to be honest, I was hoping to find something different here, but
Well, what were you looking to find? I know I've only been here a short while, but I'm sure that I could give you some sort of assistance.
what do you know about bringing people back from the dead?
I think you may want to keep that book there. It will not give you your answer of how to bring someone back from the dead. In fact, it will teach you to not do that. That's a dangerous path to go on. I encourage you to heed its advice.
Well, I appreciate your concern, and thank you for allowing me to read the book. And I hope that your stay here is safe. And
Oh, thank you very much. I feel very comfortable here. I'm looking forward to as they've been saying around the dinner tables, to dying.
right.
My God.
And I'm just gonna turn and leave, but under my breath, just enough for him to hear, I'll say hello to Asmodeus for me.
Well, take care to you too.
Weak passive perception.
Very weak. Super weak.
All his stats are literally base.
He's
got a pretty weak
They're
intelligence.
just 10 across the board.
He's got a pretty high wisdom, but a very low intelligence.
I was messaging Noah, other Noah, and I was like, oh my gosh, Noah's gonna make this guy my apprentice, and I'm just gonna lose my ever-loving mind.
Oh, that's what I should do. That's what I should do.
Please.
That's a great idea, man.
My response to that was, oh, he's going to experience death, all right.
Can you turn this one on, please? No, you're fine. No, that's perfect.
All right. Noah, I see that your hand is raised.
Yay! I'm gonna make some calls.
Take your
Okay.
pardon.
I'm gonna make some calls.
Get out your long-distance calling card.
Yeah. Okay, so I would like to go somewhere relatively isolated on the monastery.
There is no
And-
one. There's no one training underneath the large dome that you guys were at last week. There's no one there.
All right, I'm going to try and contact. First, I would like to use the pocket watch to try and contact Pollute Bellius, please.
Bellius does not have a pocket watch.
I mean, it worked across space and time to contact different Bardoons before, though.
But
He
he's
didn't
also
have pocket
dead.
that we know of.
Well, it has to go to another person that has a pocket watch.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the way that those work. They were walkie-talkies.
Okay.
Check the
I
wiki.
just happened to tune them to that Bardoon and called through it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, in that case, who do we have? Oh, yeah. I'd like to call Addie of Hightower because I was told she was dead. On with spirit calling.
And Addie was the was the
Seamstress.
yes, the person who was the seamstress who made your robes, and yeah.
Yeah. I have no clue what your voice for her was, though. I hate to say. I'm very sorry.
I'm pretty sure I didn't have one.
Okay.
How are you calling?
With spirit calling.
Oh, spirit calling.
If she's dead and I got a name.
Yeah. Yes. She appears in front of you.
Addie, do you perchance remember me?
I do.
Then do you know why I'm calling?
I do not.
What happened after we left Hightower? How did you die?
There was a great beast. Came and cut me open shallowly until I bled out.
Can you remember anything other than that?
No.
Not very helpful. All right. Thank you, Addie. I wish you good rest. I would now like to call up D. Runeslice with Spirit Calling.
You may call D.
Does he answer?
Yes.
King D, it's me, the wizard that appeared before your court. Chiron. Do you remember me?
I do.
And do you remember how you died?
There was a great beast that it came into my room. I was only awake for a moment, but I could feel the blade pierce all the way through me, all the way to the hilt. And then I was beaten.
You sure it was a blade that stabbed you?
Yes.
And by what were you beaten?
The beast.
No, I mean, what did he use to beat you?
I don't recall.
Troubling. Thank you. I appreciate your candor. And I'll dismiss him as well. All right, so now I'm going to try and spirit call Blue Bellius. Will either work or it won't.
You've got, this is your last one.
Does it work?
You're trying to get in touch with Bronobellius?
No, Pollute Bellius. I'm operating under the assumption that those we interacted with get killed. And there's only two people we interacted with in Hornag. It's the Beggar Lady and Pollute Bellius, aside from the townsfolk. Which I do have a few of their names. If I need to do that.
Polite answers.
So, you two then. Do you remember me, Pollute?
Polite does not.
What's the last thing you remember?
A group of people freed me from the wine cellar. And then that night, a great beast came and threw me back into the cellar and began feeding me
Feeding you what?
Pieces of gold that I had hidden away.
Was that what
I was
killed
then
you?
beaten.
Anything else you can remember? Anything at all?
They were large. Very large.
You don't remember anything that they looked like when they came to feed you? If it took a while to feed you, I assume you got a better look at them.
No, I did not.
They have an accent, or
They did not speak.
were they a man, woman?
I could not tell.
Not great. Thank you. I wish you a peaceful slumber. Then I'll dismiss him. And then I'm not going to talk to anybody else, but I do need to do something.
Okay, quickly, because you have two people behind you as well.
Okay. I'm going to call up Asafay from Horanag.
Okay.
Asafay, I have a favor I need to ask you. To prevent another injustice like your death, would you grant me this favor, as I granted you peace and justice in the town of Horanag?
I will do what I can.
I need you to watch after this man named Grandmaster Feli. He's in this monastery. Should anything happen to him, I need you to come to me immediately.
Of course.
Thank you. All right. And with that, she'll fly off and go to Shadow Feli, and then I'm good to go for the next round.
All right.
Are we going to have a group assemblage before we head out?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Hugh. Hugh.
All right. So sorry, I was making sure I could unmute. I would also like to visit the library.
Okay.
Particularly looking for the name or searching for the individual known as Sib, as well as investigating further into areas of warlock pacts and information pertaining to those.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay.
See if you can find any books on warlock pacts.
That is going to be a 17.
Okay. Yeah, no, you find a few books on warlock pacts. Basically what you can gain from it is that usually there is a deity that is ascribed to a warlock pact that gives you specific abilities in a battle or specific traits that you pledge an allegiance to. And there are pacts of those people who assimilate themselves to the same deity, or a deity searches them out, and then they will ascribe to that belief system.
Okay. Does the name Sib come up in any writings or manuscripts around any of what I'm reading?
What was your question again?
more information about him or where he came up in any of the transcripts, particularly pertaining to him being a patron for warlocks, things like that.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and make another investigation check specifically for that name.
That's gonna be a 24, my dude.
Fantastic. Yeah, so Sib is not known as any other, at least not within what you can find within the library. Sib is not known for being the champion of other warlocks. You
Okay.
very well may be the first. However, you decide to expand your searching a little bit into a little bit more of the religious side of things, specifically looking for any information on Sib, and you realize that this air genie deity that Sib is very much so a trickster, very much so coming from the ethereal plane, trying just to create a little bit of havoc, and will historically was known for tricking the people of Unbardun into creating massive monuments to Sib, creating almost little cults that follow, not like a warlock pact, but certainly a group of people who are fanatics.
Noted. Is there a commonly known location for him or places that he tends to frequent?
One of the places that, well, I mean, sort of being a deity, you sort of exist everywhere.
Yeah.
But in a personified form, Sib is probably within the forest of Salin Pravati.
Noted. Alrighty. And is that in one particular book or manuscript?
Yes.
Can I inquire as to loaning it?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Is there someone I need to talk to?
Knowledge is bountiful. You have a quick discussion with them, and you're able to obtain that book.
Okay. I'm going to put that into my side bag for further reading later.
Okie dokie.
Right. That's all I needed.
Coolio. Coolio. All right. Dim.
Okay. So I'm gonna guess I probably shouldn't ask for the library thing because we've kind of been there for a while.
Well, you still can.
No, it's all right. But so I was going to ask about the spirit that I left in Hightower, but the more I think and see as do use those things, the less and less I want to use that ability.
Uh-huh.
It's just using it like no one I have that's effectively casting 8 spells in one action every time we just pull one over. That's literally like message, talk to the dead, and so on, just for free.
Yeah. What about it?
It's just, I don't know.
Do not take this from me, Kit.
It's a bit much.
It's
Expert advice.
it is what Noah gave me to work with.
He also gives out d20s for damage without thinking about it.
But
Okay,
he doesn't.
Hold on now. Hey. I genuinely
sorry.
think about what I do.
I'm sorry. Because there are spells for these things, and bypassing them for free does not feel right to me.
Okay, that's your choice.
What I would rather do, if it is okay, to leave the monastery and just go out into the forest somewhere.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Is if I'm going to go do things, I'd rather not do it in company.
Sure. Yeah, you're able to go ahead and make a perception check real quick.
One moment, please. Okay. It's the wrong one. There we go. That is a 17.
Okay. You don't notice anyone following you or anything like that. Doesn't seem you probably would have noticed if someone was following you. You're able to find a nice place in the forest, and yeah, you're able to go about your business.
Okay. Wonderful. I had two things on my mind because I read that you did not want to discuss more like deleting things until after session.
Yes.
Because I think we did have a bit of misunderstanding that because I was not asking about contacts in the slightest.
Okay. So you and I need to revisit that then.
Yeah. But no, and again, I apologize. I am not picking my words as well. But so I had two things on my mind. So as you said a while ago, and I wasn't able to do it after that session because I missed the next session then, but the world is being restructured and then dragons and banishes have disappeared.
That's correct.
So that kind of rewrites a lot of things.
Yeah.
Especially with like Cass, because her a large amount of her plot line was centered around dragons. And
That's
the
correct.
Corsair gems seem to be very centered around the Banished.
That's correct. The Kingstones were centered more around the Bannisteers, and yeah, Cass made a deal with Drasil, and that was a big part of what she did in the past. Yeah.
Right. So does like Sil even exist anymore?
Does Drasil exist? Yes.
But how are you a god of dragons and dragons?
Well, you guys got rid of all dragons except for one. Remember, you guys, Noah's Wish specifically kept.
I wasn't there for that.
Okay, so Noah's Wish specifically kept the original Bannister and the original dragon.
The original dragon was
Well, I have this in my text messages because I just looked it up the other day.
it was not Alzir, right?
It was not.
Okay. Because one of the side things I had thought of is kind of what happened to his ghost, because he was still he was imprisoned into lava.
Correct.
And that always made me wonder what happened to his ghost.
Faravan was the dragon and Morwinda was the Bannister.
All right then. So I am effectively in the middle of nowhere now.
Yes.
All right, wonderful. How could I, for you, go about speaking to Cass? Do I have to do the same sort of blood ritual as last time, or does it need to happen?
I think you can try something different, actually.
And
I think you could probably
Am I
try
still
something
blue?
different. Huh?
Am I still blue?
Is your
Yeah.
aura blue? Yeah.
Am I still glowing blue?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. All right. What would I do this? What path should I sort of go along for this?
Make a religion check.
Oh God. It's not horrible. 19.
That's a good roll for you.
Thank you. High
That's a
intelligence.
really good roll for you.
Yeah, no, I know.
What's your religion modifier?
+4. I have 18 intelligence. I have no negative.
You probably what you would do is you would experiment a little bit to try and do a little bit of a blood ritual, see that that's not working. So how else would you summon a deity or someone close to a deity or probably prayer?
Could I just grab the Baleblood symbol and mix it with the portal to Sky Esper, but connect it to her?
Sounds like a great idea.
And then connect it to the watch, maybe, or something like that? Or like message? No, not the
I don't
watch.
think it
The
would
watch
be.
is
I
already
don't think it would be
database.
necessary to.
Yeah, no.
I don't believe it would be necessary to connect the watch. I think that
Alright.
just the.
So what would you like me to roll for that?
Arcana. That feels
Alright.
right.
5 plus 12, 17.
Okay.
That's the roll I need. There we go. There's my rolls.
Yeah. Yeah, you see Cass. Cass is standing in front of you, basically
Okay.
in the middle of the circle. Cass is standing in front of you, sort of as a projection from the symbol. And it is clothed in a very pure white and is emanating this blue aura.
Okay, so I'm not the only one glowing blue.
That's correct.
All right then. I'm glad it worked at least. Hello again, Cass.
Hello. It's good to see you. Truly.
That is nice to hear, I guess. How do I put this? I'm going to guess you have seen the world beginning to re-ravel itself.
That's correct. I have.
Have you noticed any changes?
What do you mean by changes?
You growing blue now?
Oh yes, it's a oh, as they say, green was so last season.
Kind of preferred it.
Eh.
Well, I had a question that rather puzzled me. About 20 years ago, you had gone on your crusade.
Yes, I remember. Very dark times.
Dark times?
I'm not the same person as what I was then. But continue.
Whatever happened to your contact with Drasil? Are you not interested in the dragons anymore?
I loved the dragons. And I loved what they did at the time. They were protectors, they were fierce warriors, but they were too powerful for this Bardoon.
What do you mean you're different now? You're no longer going to try and end the world like old times?
Why would I try and end the world? The world has rewritten itself into the perfect version where there's a balance again. That's all I ever wanted, was for there to be a balance. If you remember correctly,
I do. Well then. Is Sky Esper back?
Sky Esper. Yes, and it's quite intact.
You think they've uplifted the ban yet?
I would say that the window is waiting for you.
Have you spoken to... How are you along your goal that we last spoke of?
Slow progress, but progress indeed.
That's good. Final question. What are you doing now? If you're not going for balance, not going for the dragons, not going for another army,
Oh, then you are family. I'm doing what all families should be doing. Protecting you.
protecting me from what?
That's yet to be seen.
All right then.
Din, let me give you some assurance. I'm here. I'm with you. If you need, just give me a call.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll be heading home soon. My old.
Long
It'll
overdue.
be interesting to have my old powers back.
You said that you preferred the green.
I did.
Well, as you were the last surviving member of this clan, the green you shall have.
Last surviving member of the clan.
Of the family.
But you're not dead.
But I'm no longer like you.
Well, all right.
So the green is yours.
I'm glad to have the green again. Well, I do have larger plans. I might
sure
talk
you
to
do.
you if they get somewhere.
Please keep me updated.
I can only try.
Best of luck, then.
Best of luck, Cass. But I'll never receive better luck. I guess I'll end my call there.
All right.
All right. I do not want to keep up the session anymore because we've been through it. Because I think you're wanting us to move on.
I don't care. We're having a good time.
Okay.
I'm having a good time.
All right. So I just didn't want to like hold for too long at all.
Sure. I'm with you. All right. Reconvene, everybody. Seems like I hit most everyone unless Athanasius or Lorilla needed to do something particularly while we were there in the monastery.
Lorilla's good. We're still at ours. Mine.
Okay.
Um,
And Athanasius nodded his head a second ago too, it looked like. Muy bien. All right. You all reconvene. It is it's afternoon. Time for some of you to hit the dusty trail, as it were. Oh, my dad's showing.
Oh. Before that happens, can I make a talk to the assembled party?
Well, yeah, that's what I was meaning. You guys assembled yourselves.
Oh. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. It's good to see us all again. We need to have a serious discussion right now. There's something, you all know what happened in Hightower. Those brutal killings that happened after we left, correct? Well, it happened again.
It was conveyed back to all of you.
Yeah.
Well, it happened again in Horonag. Pollute Bellius is dead, murdered by a beast. As is, I assume, the beggar woman and anyone else we came in contact with. So that guardsman, maybe some of the townsfolk, I don't know. But the point remains, I don't think we should leave the monastery yet. I think, instead of leaving, we take this bastard on while we have the advantage of both numbers and surprise.
Why
He's been
would he,
tracking.
if he only shows up when we leave? If we don't leave, he won't show up.
What if we make it look like we leave? We have magic users who can make an illusion, or we can look like we have left and sneak back in. But
Last time I checked, I was the only one at the time near at the port that could disguise people.
It doesn't matter about disguising oneself, Din. It's about making it look like we left. The whole point is he comes after we leave a location. So, if we make
Oh,
it look like we
yes.
leave, then he'll come here and we turn the tables on him and crush the bastard when he tries to surprise this monastery. I'm not going to let...
I think we're skipping several steps here. What one, how do you know this? And two, what type of beast? We need to know more about it before we decide to stay.
Well, two things. One, remember, I told you about spirit calling. I can do that.
Still not sure how that is.
It's just something I can do. It's always been like that, kind of a natural gift. But, and two, as far as what he is, I assume he's not actually a beast. One of the victims mentioned being cut open by a blade, not claws. He's large in stature and very, very strong. I think our best chance is to ambush him here when he tries to come for Grandmaster Pelly and Omnis Kids. How do you say his name?
Moss Kisnade.
Mas Kisnade. I know most of you were going, some of you were going to go with us to Agnatoliant, but I know others were going to stay here. So what I'm asking is, can we at least wait a day or two for the time for the journey of Horanag, for him to get here? Well, whatever it is, not necessarily a him. But I think it's in our best interest to face this together, not separated, and knowing that he's going to be here.
Now, we came from towns dealing with, you know, a different sort than those we find here at this monastery. Would we need to let leadership know?
Leadership has been made aware.
I have already talked to Headmaster Belly. He is aware that something may be coming, but this is the first I've heard of anything specific.
Well, I don't think it would be a good idea to potentially insult them by not believing that they could handle this threat themselves.
Athanasius, do you remember that beggar woman outside Horanag?
Vaguely.
She was torn to shreds by a monster, by whatever is after us. You are one who speaks of justice and claiming
Indeed.
lives on your sword for justice. If slaying a monster that has pursued us across Bardoon, bathing in the blood of the innocent, isn't justice, I do not know what is.
Calm down, Kai.
I'm not going to let another innocent person die because of something we did, Callan.
I didn't say to. I'm saying to calm down.
Sorry.
Nowhere in my responses am I willing to back down, nor do I wish to. However, I certainly don't want to make it seem like these monks and their fair order here can't defend themselves. But if you've spoken with them, they're fine and may even appreciate our help. Well,
I mean,
while this coin weighs in my pocket, I could do another day.
And everyone else, you who are going to stay, you can continue about your activities as you had planned. But we need to just be on guard. Once we pretend to leave and return secretly, then we prepare to attack whenever he shows up.
I mean, I agree. This is the first place that is well protected and well defended by competent people since we've left Hightower. There's, you know, this is the first place we've really engaged with people where. Well, yeah, but it was also like they weren't going after people who were specifically fighters. They took out like the blacksmith. They took out the king. They didn't take out every like single guard.
This is also the first time that we've been there when he comes. I get the feeling we'll make a damn big difference.
Here's another perspective, perhaps. Given that this is a different group of people who are necessarily prepared. Now, I don't want to offend, I guess, it certainly wouldn't be a sacrifice per se. Yes, this could actually give us a very good indication as to how formidable this opponent is. Could they take down this entire monastery? Again, a blacksmith is one thing. An old beggar woman is another. a monastery. Now that is a very different task.
It's also not just the monastery I'm worried about. Well, not the entirety of it. I'm worried about Kisnade and Feli. If this creature is strong enough and smart enough to make its way past defenses that were set around a D rune slice, heir to the throne of Hightower, then he's certainly capable of killing all the key figures without being alerted. That's why we need to be here to be on guard for it.
Callan, what can you say to the adaptability and, well, the martial ability of this order?
Well, all I'm saying is this, we are a hard lot to kill, at least permanently. We can be injured just as much as anybody, but final death does not come so easily to us. We are a resilient sort. So I think whatever this thing has planned, it would be a little bit more difficult, but it's also not outside of the realm of possibility.
Would you feel comfortable? Which would you feel most comfortable with? Would you prefer that at least some of us, if not all of us, stay in anticipation of such a deadly force? Or do you have faith in your own order?
It's not a question of whether I have faith in my order. This is a question of the fact that this is my home, that this is a place where I have ties, I have friends, I have people here who I care about, and frankly, my entire future is wrapped up in this place. It's not about whether or not I feel comfortable with it. It's what is my duty? What is my responsibility here? If I think that there is an active threat against the people here, then I am bound to do something about it.
Well, if this bastard's gonna come to your home, rip down your door, come at those,
I will shove its blade up its throat.
and come at your own, well, I'd say at this point we certainly account you among our own.
Callan
do you
is
say?
Callan is. You can tell that Callan is genuinely touched by you in particular saying that.
Oh, character development.
Yeah. So I go over and yeah.
What happened?
Yes, I
What?
pulled out a fist bump.
Yeah! I
definitely
raised that boy.
And
That's
I don't
my
know if
son.
Athanasius will return the sentiment, but
See Kai wiping a tear from his
A
eye.
bit. I mean, a bit confused. He's not familiar with that gesture.
you do this, and I hold it over to Kai to kind of show an example.
Kai is just effortlessly just gonna fist bump Callan back. Just
Hold on. Let me do a
Wait a
flip.
minute. Why did you say effortlessly? Is there effort involved in fist bumping?
No, I mean like
no,
he
hold on. Give me a sec.
like the turkey,
No, hold on.
the
man.
turtle.
I'm gonna roll a d20,
Oh God.
and
Oh,
certain things are gonna do certain things, and it's gonna be great.
He's gonna
Alright.
he's gonna punch Callan in the face. If he rolls a nat one.
Yeah, that's a 20 is perfect. I mean, like the birds are singing in the background. It's immaculate. Yes, a tear falls from Kyron's eye. But no, 1 to 10, he like hits it soft in a very like uncomfortable, like very unfamiliar way. And 11 through 20, he like recognizes what it is, and he,
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
literally freaking slams his fist against yours, and specifically wants to see your reaction after it.
Oh my God, I love you so much, Drew.
We'll see how this goes. And it is an 11. He
Oh!
punches the absolute crap out of your hand.
Oh, and that's some gauntlet. So what's the damage on a bare fist?
Is that a strength
One-
saving throw, Noah, for reaction?
No, it's just -1 damage.
Okay.
I would.
Oh.
I go. Good. I fight with these, Athanasius.
Yes, haha, as do I.
Oh gosh, almighty. Look, I know you all have already gone out of your way for me to be here, and I appreciate it more than any of you know. But I just don't think that we can, in good conscience, knowing that this thing is here, continue on exposing more people to danger. Frankly, this is the place that we have the best chance of, if this thing attacks, it's not just us. And I have complete faith in everybody in this party, but we have backup, lots of it. And I have complete faith in everybody here in this monastery as well. And I think that this thing comes and tries to do anything, that we put this thing into the ground. And I knew the only thing that I can say is that I'm sorry. I'm not trying to delay us or to, just do my own thing here. I realize that we are a group, but I think that it is our responsibility to limit damage if we know that, we can't just ignore this information that we have. So I'm just asking that we do this. I'm not commanding people or telling us. I'm asking for this group that we band together and we stop this, that we may be able to move freely, so that all of our plans can continue without a pall hanging over us of when's this thing going to show up and kill everybody with whom we have interacted.
No, I completely agree with you. I don't exactly want to face another deadly force this early, but I think this is our best chance.
You've all heard what I propose, that I'm with Callan on this. I think the best way to save innocent people's lives is to make our stand here and to avenge those that have already been taken from their loved ones. We've all lost something, I'm sure. I think it's time we take something back. And we'd feed this bastard his teeth.
Oh, okay. Yes. We can do that too, yeah.
Yorick, question.
Yeah.
How good is Adeline at scouting?
Hold on. I look at the members of the party that I haven't heard from, like Din, Kurik, and Lorilla. And I say, look, I don't want to shout over you guys. You guys don't talk much, honestly. And, that's fine, but I don't want to shout you guys down. You all have a voice and you all have an opinion and are a part of this party. So please contribute.
Well,
I just-
normally I like
I
not
just
to
love seeing
hop
party
into.
inclusion.
But
Normally I like to not hop into the bickering of you people when it comes to what you think are innocent lives.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus Christ.
Just rail him, kid.
I'll be honest,
Just
I,
beat him.
Man, that old poor beggar lady, she wasn't innocent. She killed somebody at some point. Evil.
be honest.
Anyway.
What you would call innocent is just really of what you have seen. I mean, come on. I can make myself look like a choir boy if I so felt like it, and then everyone think I'd be innocent. But I don't. I'll be honest, I really don't care for those we have left behind. If they can't defend themselves, that is poor for them. If what comes after us, then we shall deal with it in time. If a monastery of trained martial artists cannot handle a beast, they're not trained very well, are they?
And I spoke to that. And again, I appreciate your candor, Din. I understand exactly what you're saying. And I'm not saying that I don't feel that way, but just me personally, I feel like I have a responsibility. And I feel that we as a party have a responsibility to people who just like, oh, we show up and we're just traveling and, oh, we bought some food from you. Here's your life handed to you on a platter. Like, I don't feel that that's fair.
Yeah. Just trying to
Goodness,
not laugh at
wow.
Noah's comment. Why, Noah?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Why?
I'm so sorry.
RP vibes. No, why?
Never gonna dance again.
Fall into cloud.
Yeah.
Pale
I-
blood feet.
Okay, we're getting back into the RP.
All
I
right.
could turn into clouds.
That's
What?
Oh,
so
I should have thought of us.
Athanasius, shut up.
Our 2-day trip should have probably been only 1 day's worth if we traveled by cloud.
And you're just now telling us this.
Well, I didn't use it very much when I was by the light, but it's very fun.
Well-
But it's a way that we could use to pretend that we have left, or even leave, you know, loudly and noisily, and then along the way turn into clouds and come back to the monastery.
That
My husband is high-fiving my wife because she's awesome and I love her.
Do you say
Okay.
your husband is high-fiving your wife?
He
I was
did-
saying that I was doing that not in character. It's like me just actually.
Okay. It's very
This
So-
person, Matt, is congratulating my wife for being like doing that because
so you can just turn yourself and us into clouds too? Wonderful. Well, okay, that's useful. That really
I look at Kulrik and just
we can go very fast. I
Wildly accurate, no?
the thought of fighting and getting one's hands dirty in a fight, although not unappealing, I think that in order for justice to be served, there are times when justice must be taken into one's own hands. And so I think in this circumstance, staying behind or creating some form of illusion is quite possibly the best option that we could pick. Out of
and
character, I just don't like talking over people, and doing things over Zoom is difficult. So Matt, thank you. That was awesome. Back in character. And the thought of being higher than I was that time in Silent Parvati, I'm okay with that.
okay, we are gonna have to start talking more apparently because that sounds interesting.
Clouds being high.
can
Q
we?
has
Can,
straight up like Q has these whole experiences that he's just gonna drop snarky comments about.
can that be a wiki
Don't
quote?
miss the this is not the we need to talk conversation that I was expecting. I said that in the chat.
Yeah. I didn't know Casey was still here, so Callan would look at Brain and be like, "Hey, Brain, I realize that this may be manipulating you a little bit, but would you like to take down a gigantic beast for glory?"
I've already done one this week. Why not two?
Are you?
that's
Are
our
you?
brain.
Yeah.
That's what I said a week ago.
French
Well,
brain.
I really like this whole turn into clouds. That's a fantastic.
We're turning into the clouds?
are turning
Not immediately,
Not
Brandon.
in
Hold
fun
on.
way.
Oh, that requires thinking. That requires focusing on the fact that you want to be in cloud form and then be back in your physical form. I don't want to know what this is like for Brain. That was completely out of character.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Why would he want to be in cloud form? His physical form is almost perfect. He's a
Right.
god
It's
one.
for the illusion, Brain. It's for the illusion. We would be clouds because we need to make it look like we're not here and then come back in a way that people can't see us so that we can convince this thing to come and attack so that we can kill it.
This is out of character real quick. Everyone that we spoke to died in their sleep, right, Noah?
No.
Like the
No.
majority of them? Like they died in their sleep or they were in their sleep and something happened to them, right?
No. Several Pollute was fed coins until he
Right.
died.
But I believe he said before and he was asleep and he was thrown back in. The king died from his sleep. The other lady died from their sleep, right?
This is Jason. This is out of character. This is like Jason coming with blades on his hands in people's dreams.
So
Freddy
I'm gonna throw
Krueger.
this one thing out
Freddy
there.
Krueger. Okay, it's one of them. I'm not familiar
I
with.
was like, I have never
the
had
one-
blades on my hands.
I am the one person that has the class ability to perfectly feign unconsciousness and death and doesn't die in their sleep.
But the thing is that it all still happened in the real world then.
Right.
There are a lot of knowns, but I think it's worth a shot.
This is
And
out of character.
It would be the
So
best
weird.
place to do it.
I'm just trying to remember. Everyone died or something happened to them in their sleep, meaning probably a night predator,
Yeah.
correct?
I mean,
Do you know any predators which will...
another way if we wanted some different type of adventure.
No. Hey,
I do have Charm Monster.
do you know any predators which will feed you coins? Because obviously I've been in the wrong continents with the wrong predators. Apparently now that coins are valuable.
I
They were,
In the
I thought
industry
they were
before.
token, but
I'd just like to say I'm not convinced it's a beast. They mentioned being killed by blades, not claws.
there
Beasts
are
have
beasts with blades.
Beast have blades.
Oh, you said
They-
one?
If they are feeding people coins and going after specific ones, I don't think it's necessarily a normal beast in the natural sense.
Something
Obviously,
with high intelligence.
Here,
Something-
how is this? Since all of these people die in their sleep, I will simply stay under their bed, and they will not notice me. And
Like I said the sleep thing out of character because I wanted to ask to like catch myself up here.
I don't think it's like out of character. Are you saying that they were killed when they woke up, or like they
No.
were
I'm just asking. Everything that happened to them happened right around when they went to sleep.
Yes, I think because
Yes, that is entirely correct.
Okay, yeah, that's an important detail.
So Kit, your logical assumption that it would be a nighttime predator would be correct. That's an accurate assumption. I'm not saying
and
that
it's yeah.
definitely yes, but I'm saying that that's a logical conclusion that you could draw. Yeah.
Oh no, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. I thought
And
you were
it
saying it
seems to-
killed them in their dream.
No, and it seems to be waiting for them to go to sleep.
Yes,
meaning
to be
it's-
alone. Yeah.
so anyways, the point still stands. I am small enough to fit under a bed and sneaky enough to not be seen.
You assume that monks have beds. We kind of do the whole sleeping on the floor bedroll kind of thing.
Do
We're
you
like,
have rafters?
we're minimalists.
Do you have rafters? Do you have an architect who is dedicated to preserving the structural integrity of your abbey?
that is the largest sentence I've ever heard you say. I'm very proud.
Here, it could either
You lost
be
the accent again.
the headmaster or the other master,
Don't
right?
taunt me.
Honestly,
Okay.
honestly,
been a long
if they're
day.
going to go after somebody, those would probably be the two most likely.
Yeah, but that's still 2 people.
So we cover them.
I
There
thi-
are how many of us?
and
Fantasy
also
OSHA.
Screw
Well, they-
OSHA.
and also why not ask the masters to at least room together for the time being?
What if he's one of the masters?
Together.
We don't
No,
want
no,
to.
no, no, no. No, it could be that one of the masters resents Callan for being the death of the previous master, and so they are seeking. Help me out here.
Vengeance, retribution.
One of those.
Soup.
That. Always yes, but in this specific instance, the other two.
Okay, can you run that by me again, Brain? I'm not sure I followed you. Try again.
So was anyone mad at you for the death of the previous man? Not to like be insensitive here.
No, Brain. I didn't even know about that, and that was something that was something that Master Tyriok cleared with Master Felly. Like everything was on the up and up, and I had no idea about it. There was no blame placed upon me for that.
But can we truly say that in the heart of Master Tyriok, there was no ill will?
Yes, we can. I appreciate your thinking through this, though. I really do. But
Just
everything's fine.
thinking.
I know he's making great progress.
Drew, stop it.
What did you say?
You can check Discord. Check Discord.
What is a predestinationist?
That
We
that-
were
It's
No,
a
no, no, don't do
long
that, don't do that.
conversation.
No. After show.
After
It is a very
We're gonna be here
technical
a
term.
long time.
I swear to God, if we go on an hour rant
Look,
about
I
predestination,
know almost nothing about religion. I apologize.
It's cool.
My-
No,
my biggest step in religion was Jamboree with Casey.
It's
That's
fine. No. Even within a lot of circles, that is a wildly technical term.
Yes.
It's
Which
fine.
we are avoiding right now. Okay,
Yes.
so are you guys? I'm gonna go ahead and cut you guys. Are y'all going or staying? need
I
to
still
know the
haven't
answer.
had my question about the rafters answered.
Yes, there are rafters, Casey.
Then I will hide in them.
So
And I will
Ath will stay.
I think the plan right now is for all of us to leave. We get Windwalk cast on us, and we come back as clouds, and we come back inside the monastery, and we hide in the monastery. I think is the plan.
That sounds right.
I would like to not. Can I opt out of being a cloud?
Yes.
yours can
Opt
be
out.
dark and stormy. It's okay.
You can fly on my wind carpet with me.
Yes. So
I think I'll stick to the ground.
I can show you the world.
Yo, Q and Din romance. Let's go.
Q and their magical bird powers will show you the world.
Um,
Oh
Bef-
gosh.
before we set out, Yorick,
Yes.
before I was brain talked, I was wondering, how good is Adeline at scouting?
Fine.
Well, I have a familiar as well. It's twice the ground we can cover for watchouts.
In fact, I wonder if we should go ahead and search the road or the forest, whatever. I don't know the terrain, but the road back to Horonog and see if we see any movement or anything like that. I don't know if there's any sign of it moving, at least.
Well,
I would rather us not. I would rather us have the element of surprise, and if we go, we continue our plan and not do anything that makes it think that we're onto it. I think
So-
the more that we do normally, the better.
I agree here. You seek to face head on a noun which has killed a king immediately after he was nearly pushed from a balcony by his closest one of his closest friends.
Which you saved him from with your arrow shot.
I
Right.
did because I am amazing. However, um however, that said, I do not think this is such a good idea.
Okay,
No,
Brain.
I was simply saying that the owl, and Adeline does appear on the forearm, will scour the skies and look down onto the path, not me actually going back over the path.
Oh.
Same with Bartimaeus. And then
Right.
Bartimaeus is going to show up on my staff.
They're birds for a reason.
Can I make a nature check real quick?
Yeah.
I want to see how out of place those birds would look in this area.
Is this a Hedwig situation?
Adeline is, yes.
You can shift their color.
I will not be doing so.
Okay.
I love
Just
how
don't
you
try-
guys stack your own odds against you. That makes me so happy.
Just don't turn her into an octopus, okay?
Okay. Well, were you
Oh.
going to make the nature check or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna make the nature check. Also, Noah, real quick, how's the delegator doing?
You haven't seen the delegator all day.
I would like to do that at some point.
Wasn't
Okay.
that guy watching the delegator,
Total
Yes.
5.
Mr. Bear?
Total 5 looks completely ordinary.
This is a wonderful idea, and you should do it.
Well,
That is with your that is with your understanding that you have an unfamiliarity with the birds in the area. So it's basically you just talking with confidence.
Yes.
Does
so
Brain ever not speak with confidence?
No.
looking at my Unbardun map over here on my wall,
Well, gee, howdy. I wish I had one of those.
best Christmas
Get you a
present
cool wife, dude.
Humble
ever.
brag.
So Aborigine is about where the equator would be, a little bit below.
Yeah, that's right.
So in Umbardunian, is that like Jamaica? Or is like what did the
Aborigine is the Florida of Unbardun.
Oh my god.
is it a lot of like swamplands and stuff
Does that
like
make
that or
out of Florida, man?
Hey, okay, so Jason, yes, you guys traveled through a fair amount of swampland to get here. Yes,
okay. I missed that
that's
part.
Jamaica, but yeah.
I missed that part because I was gone last week. But okay, so yeah, I guess if Adeline wants to cover well, if I use Adeline to cover the road part, would yours be able to cover the part that was not road?
The swamplands, you mean?
Sure.
Yes, Bartimaeus should certainly be capable of that.
Well, we'll while they're doing that, someone will probably have to lead us to wherever we're going.
I thought we were going here.
It's a map.
I'm the map.
It's
I'm the map.
No,
That was
no, no.
instantaneous on all of our
Shut down the
parts.
stream.
Literally
Shut down the
instant.
stream.
There we
Copyright.
go.
Yeah, we just got DC'd by everybody.
DMCA. Let's go.
I love how 4 of us just immediately went there.
No hesitation.
You can't. It's ingrained in our brains.
No, control yourselves. Come on, focus.
So what are you guys referencing?
Where we are, I think.
Or what
Right.
are you referencing with the map thing?
Oh no.
Dora the Explorer.
Oh, okay.
It just took psychic damage.
So
Kit just took like 1d6 points of shame damage.
Shame. Ding ding.
What makes you says it?
A
think
beautiful,
he feels
just the incredible Latina child that taught us all about the wonders of exploring mild uses of Spanish that are probably not great.
And laid the foundation for socialism.
Um,
All right.
What a beautiful
So-
path we've been set on.
so
God bless you,
Kyron,
Bill.
I do know that since it seems to be a night predator, we should probably wait until it's a little bit later before we go looking for it,
Agreed.
because it's probably sleeping at this point.
That's assuming it's not already traveling. I'm still not convinced it's a creature. I think it's more likely that it's a man, or at least something magically
man?
enhanced.
Very hairy man.
You'd be
Hey.
surprised at what creatures are out there.
Thank you, pessimist eternal Din. I appreciate it.
You are talking to the professional monster hunter.
Fair point.
Just the
I-
brooding absurdist.
I
So
expected Din to stop at the word monster.
we'll hold off on scouring the area, but I do think that at some point soon we should make it look like we're leaving.
Sounds like a plan.
Should we? I feel there is an alternative.
Be my guest,
Well, I
Brain.
thought we had already set up this plan. What's the alternative?
Well, the alternative is we leave, yes, but we make it appear as though the monks, we had angered them, and then they are safe and passed over because they did not help us, and instead we frustrated them and their lives.
I don't think it would particularly care, I hate to say.
Mm-mm.
That is
It would stop the pattern, and who knows how prepared the next monastery would be to fend off this attack.
And our plan is that we want it to come here, Brain. We want it to come so we can kill it.
You want to get in the rafters, right?
Yes, I will do that. Which ones of these?
I would motion over Amos Kisnade and go, look,
Gonna get
Amos,
in the rafters.
I know that this sounds completely insane, but will you show Brain your quarters and the rafters that he can hide in?
I
Oh,
already heard all of it.
quarters.
So, because you all were not exactly whispering,
No, we
come
weren't.
come with little goblin thing, and I will show you to the rafters.
I reach up to take
Goblin.
his hand.
Oh, I love Brain so friggin' much.
He's so sweet.
Casually
Brain.
murders a family of armadillo gators.
Are you Grogu?
Oh my god!
Core memory unlocked.
I'm Grogu with a blaster rifle.
Yeah.
Kill them all!
So he's actually a mix of Grogu and then Rocket
Yeah,
And-
from Guardians of the
and-
Galaxy.
Yeah, I was thinking like Grogu, but probably the closest to Stitch.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Stitch is perfect.
Yeah.
Stitch is actually smart, so
Stitch, I know. Grogu, I don't.
Mandalorian.
Baby
Yeah,
Oh,
Yoda.
spoilers! Don't tell them. Don't tell them, everybody.
I-
Spoilers.
No, don't. It's all right. I'll never watch it.
Jesus
Same.
Christ. Yeah.
Don't like superheroes. Don't like Star Wars.
Well, I like Star Wars. It's all right.
It's just it never really broadly appealed to me.
Do you like westerns?
A
Completely
little bit,
agree.
yeah.
You'd probably like Mandalorian.
I
Right,
like
we're getting sidetracked.
Anyway,
I love Cowboy Bebop.
Hey!
I've watched that.
can I see
It's fun.
the delegator from the master's window?
Noah Woodyard, I felt that eye roll physically.
What?
It was
What?
beautiful.
Yes, you can see the delegator at this point.
All right. Can I pull some dried meat out of my sack and just like start tossing it in that general direction?
Yeah.
I would like to feed the delegator from far away today.
Okay. You can feed Deli.
Deli.
Baby.
Ellie.
Oh,
Baby.
Nom nom nom.
She looks pleasantly happy that she's eating.
my God, you're gonna let me live.
She'd rather be eating you, but I mean,
I'll wait my turn to kill those who would Bruce Wayne my children.
She probably can't hear me, but I would like whisper, like, when this is done, big fleshy beast for you.
I definitely thought you were gonna say something different. Like,
No.
when this is over, I'll take you away
I'll
somewhere
take you
nice,
away
big girl.
from here.
I'll take you out in the town.
Take you to a nice mansion somewhere in Wisconsin.
I'll take you up to a hill where I'm gonna give. We're gonna go see the bunnies, and I'm
Jesus.
gonna take you out.
since Amos Kisnade heard us, I'm guessing Headmaster Felly also has heard our plan, so I don't suppose that I need to regale him with it either.
You do not.
Okay.
All right. Then we have both headmasters under watch then.
All right. Lorilla, I think that means you're up. Or, well, you guys leave the monastery. Lorilla, I think that means you're up.
She can cast it and it lasts for 8 hours.
Okay, the way I was kind of thinking it is it's the afternoon, right? So I say we spend the night anyways and see if anything happens tonight, and if not, then we do the pretend plan leave thing in the morning.
That's not a bad idea.
Okay.
And we'll scout the road.
And like, yeah, you can do that like around dusk or whatever with the birds.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds great to me.
Assuming that plan would be, that's all been corresponded with everybody at the monastery.
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't know if like with what Lorilla was saying, like if we were gonna add that on, like if that was conveyed like before we left and all that stuff. I was just making sure.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
if we're already in the afternoon, it would make
Yeah.
more sense to wait till the next morning to pretend like we've left, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And I think it's, well, for us, it was a 2-day journey from Hornag to the monastery. So even assuming like it moves twice as fast as we do, it would still be here tonight.
I have a question.
That
How did we
early.
get here? We walked here, right?
Yeah,
We walked.
we would just walk there.
If it was sprinting at like beast speed, it get here pretty quick.
If it is a beast. All right.
After all.
All right. So I'm going to need a little bit of information from you guys.
All right.
Are you guys going to be setting up sentries? Are you guys going to be taking watches? What are y'all doing this evening?
Okay.
I would.
Oh, okay. Who's going first? I'll gully wait.
Matt, Jason, Kit, Noah.
I would be organizing, considering it as I am a master now, I would be organizing the monks and having sentries and watches. I would be organizing basically everything non-party related. Basically any of the monks, those would be my resources that I would be managing, of setting up shifts, sentries, watches, etc. for the
Fantastic. Jason.
More on more getting with Kai, maybe somewhere safe and secluded, where we can both look through our familiars and then send them out, so that we can look at the road to make sure that if it's coming.
Okay. Kit.
Din would say he's going to go do what Din does best. Go walk out in dark places and let trouble find him.
Okay.
Honestly, that's such a mood. My
Yeah,
lord.
I agree.
All right. Kai.
So before he goes into familiar mode with Yorick, can Kai summon up Addie and have her look after Kisnade? I cannot say his name for the life of me.
No, you said it right.
Amos-
Kisnade.
Kisnade? Yeah, so Asafe is looking after Felly and will come to me if anything gets near him that we don't want him to. And Addie is near Kisnade.
Okay. Perfect.
And then I'm scouting with Jason, with York. And that's what I'm doing.
All right. And the rest of you?
Are we keeping Kisne in his quarters for the time being?
Yes.
Okay. While we're, killing time, I would ask him, so you are the Masters of Death? Yes? And sleep is called in this tongue occasionally the Little Death, correct? So are you the Masters of Sleep as well?
Yes. In a
So
sense.
surely there is something you can do to help me fight it off tonight to keep vigilant?
Yes.
What would that be?
Carry this candle, and you'll be fine. Anytime that you grow weary, all you have to do is simply look at the flame. It will rejuvenate you and keep you awake. But I will be needing it back.
Understood. Is the candle already lit?
He just lit it.
Okay. As the wax melts, I would like to take a glob of it and stick it to the top of my head.
Oh my god. Brain, best character.
Daisy, you a kobold now?
Yes.
No,
Take
he's
candle.
gorilla. He's Gorilla Glue Girl.
Magilla Gorilla?
I would be if I had hair.
All right, you do it.
Okay.
Kisnade looks very confused, but accepts it. Like whatever works, man. Like, you're doing your thing.
Take candle.
All right.
So
Now what I'm
question.
gonna need from you guys
sorry.
is
Nope. Go.
okay. Now what I'm gonna need from you guys is I'm going to need I'm gonna need perception checks from all of you, or from your familiars if you're using those.
Yeah.
That's a 3.
Am I rolling for all the monks basically?
Yeah, and it's just one roll.
My rolls are on point tonight. That's a 3 in perception, the best I've done forever, man.
Oh,
What order do you want them in?
I know I've got a 3 from Kit. Go ahead, Athanasius.
I got a 16.
16.
So
Calvin?
by the way, that's a nat 1.
Ooh.
Oh,
A lot of
Uh,
trouble is going to find you.
I hope so.
Okay, thank you, Caleb.
That is how
17.
Den Monster hunts. It will find him eventually. It's like playing Munchkin.
Ouch, Noah. Ouch.
Callan, what was yours?
17.
All right. Yorick.
Roll.
Adeline got a 15.
Okay. Brain.
28.
Jesus.
Sweet mercy.
What's your perception mod again?
10.
Ah! What?
The
How?
tease is a thing.
Oh
Um,
god.
Q did better than that.
All
What
right,
did you
Q.
get?
Q got a 30 for perception.
Oh, he's got to give a straight answer. She
Well,
did
where
it.
is Q?
Pop
She
off.
did it. Yeah.
Q is in a high place, making sure that the wind staff is up to snuff for anything needed. I got a 19 plus 11.
Frick yeah.
So that's the first 30 we've had in a long time.
No.
Since Devin rolled perception on old Seth and the
That was a hot minute
near
ago.
the staircase.
Or insight.
That was like 3 months ago.
Hot minute ago.
Devin says to roll for her. She has a +9 to hit. Let's do
I got a
this.
9.
All right.
You know, and it's 18.
18.
What did I do to deserve to be hit?
Exist.
I want to say that Day just saw a shadowy figure lurking about and decided to hit it.
You do realize
Just-
all she
oh.
needs is anything higher than a 2 to hit. I have an AC of 12.
Yes,
The,
she.
the modifier times 4 minus 1. Beat that.
Your AC's 12?
Yeah,
He's
Mine's-
a tanky boy.
Mine's 18, but
but I have literally maximum hit points.
Yours
Anyways,
is 18, Jason.
no, we're not hitting Kit. We're not hitting Kit.
Well, I'd have to go out to Lawrence for that, and I don't feel like it.
Hmm.
We're not hitting Din either.
Yeah.
No, Devin.
1 on the lightning, 12 on a bludgeoning, +5.
Wait, where's Devin? I thought you said Devin was
This is
here.
why I have temporary hit
In
points
Colorado.
and regeneration.
All right. Because Q got a 30, I have to give you all a completely straight answer.
Woo!
Or I have to
Get it,
give at
Q.
least give Q a straight answer.
Yeah.
Q, you see nothing out of the ordinary.
What's my 17C though? I never got an answer. You never asked for mine.
Nothing out of the
nothing
ordinary.
ordinary.
None. I'll go ahead and tell you that none of you see anything out of the ordinary.
You see
Including me?
all 0 traps.
Can I press on the floor to make sure that 0 trap isn't a trap?
No,
So we,
I rolled a
no
20.
one sees anything.
no one sees anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
They all.
Does
Um,
anything happen?
No, nothing happens out of the ordinary.
Does anyone hear anything out of the ordinary?
No one hears anything out of the ordinary. Everything
Even
is
though it's
ordinary. Oh my
vibes.
gosh.
Yeah,
Show me
out of the
all
ordinary
invisible
vibes.
traps.
So even
Tell me
those,
they're there, damn it! I know they're there.
God dang it.
You
I
see
rolled a
all
20.
0 traps.
But I rolled a 20. That means I have to see all. You do. You see all 0.
My
They're
light
there.
finally just came on.
Hey, oppa.
Finally.
Hey, hey, Lucy's here.
I love Unforgotten Realms
Yes,
so much.
there's forage for everybody. I'm just kidding. I said that because I said he hates porridge. So
Yeah.
What?
Fucking porridge.
no, he asked if there were snacks, and I said yes. There's porridge, and I only said that because Noah was like, "Gosh, I hate porridge." So
Okay, so
no.
sorry. Someone was talking to me. So nothing happened. Nothing. We saw nothing. Not even me, the guy who rolled in that one. Nothing happens to me at all. Nothing. Got it. Cool.
Absolutely nothing. It's the next morning.
Oh wow. Okay.
I'm disappointed.
He did this to force her to make rolls.
I mean, I do have snacks. I do have a few 8 per long rest. So every rest of taken
Enough
plus the
with
64
the
I have.
snacks. Come
I
on,
mean,
guys.
What else
It's
am I
part
gonna do
of
with
his
them?
character sheet.
I know, but come
Um,
on. There's no need for snacks. I said it's the next morning.
Dan, can I
What
have
my
some
character
snacks?
would do.
Stop.
I hate. Gosh. All right, it's 8:55. I need a minute.
Yo, give me my damn snacks though.
See you guys at 9:05.
Okay.
Noah, I got
Flavor
my
blasted
snack.
goldfish. Yes. Yes.
Yo, that's what we need a
Where's-
sponsorship from.
Yeah.
Yes. The snack that smiles back.
Goldfish.
Orphans.
Goldfish.
Or did you just say orphans?
I thought you said conformists.
Oh my god!
Orbeez?
The snack that
More
smiles
orphans.
back conformist.
Orphans. Orphans.
Why are you like this? All of us. I say that to all of us. We're all.
Here's our jingle for goldfish. We wrote a song for goldfish. the wholesome snack that smiles back until you bite their heads off. See the fish is swimming. Oh, look, the pretzel's winning. How does the rest of it go?
There is a jingle.
I just
for
know that
this?
it ends with the snack that smiles back, goldfish.
Kid, there's a jingle for everything.
Oh, that's great.
Oh my god. No, don't forget to stop the recording.
Yeah. Gosh. See y'all at 9:05. We're only taking a 10-minute break tonight.
Oh my god.
Welcome back. It's the next morning. What are y'all doing?
Leaving.
Leaving. All right. How far away do you guys go before you guys are coming back?
We'll walk maybe. We'll walk a ways. We want to make it look like we're leaving. So, and we don't expect it to be coming back until night, and we can travel back faster. So, we could probably walk about until noon.
Yeah, I was about to say I feel like we need to be at least out of sight of the monastery before we double back. Because I have the spirits are still there watching, and would our familiars like still circle, or?
I believe familiar is dismissed after 1 hour.
No, it takes 1 hour to cast it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Otherwise,
I'm
they
sorry.
last unlimitedly until they die or are dispelled.
Okay.
I would DM, would it be permissible for me to just leave Bartimaeus circling over the monastery just to keep an eye out, and just alert us if we have to come back faster than we thought?
No, that's totally fine.
And I'd like to keep Adeline just going back and forth from the monastery to us, maybe a little bit higher up.
I do have one
Kai,
statement.
Bartimaeus wouldn't be able to reach you after a certain point.
Yeah,
He
I was
can
about to say
fly to
that.
me.
Yeah,
He can fly
so-
to me.
No, hold on. If memory recalls, familiars have about I think it's a 1 mile range till they only stop till they stop communicating with you because like you're too far away.
I don't
They
need
can
them to communicate. I just need them to fly to me.
It's 100 feet that you can see through their eyes, I think, and then
Yeah.
it's 1 mile before you can't telepathically communicate.
Right, that one. So if we
further requires them to like come back into range.
Right. If we go past a mile, they won't be able to tell us anything that happens, and we kind of need an immediate response.
Well, I have 2 immediate responses on the from
I
the two
wouldn't
spirits.
rely on that.
Kit, you're telling me don't send them further than a mile away, but you can clairvoyance 5 miles away, and you can smite like a mile radius.
No,
So
I'm saying we shouldn't walk more than a mile away, so we can get instant.
I agree with what you're saying.
That we can rely on.
I
I'm saying
agree
to
with what
not
you're
rely
saying.
on the spirits because we don't have trust in them. You don't have 100% command over them. Because Noah said this because Noah DM told us this. We cannot trust, or so is everyone else.
I mean, you can't. I'm putting my faith in these two.
So yes, I can clairvoyance from like however many miles away, a greater clairvoyance.
Yeah, you have the staff, right?
Yes.
Here is the ruling for a warlock familiar, which I believe is how you guys are doing that, right?
Mine's a wizard. Mine's a wizard familiar.
Well, it's just the spell find familiar, but
No, warlock familiar.
Okay, so find familiar is different. It's only 100 foot if it's find familiar. But a warlock familiar, you can communicate telepathically with your familiar and perceive through your familiar senses as long as you're on the same plane of existence. Additionally, while perceiving through your familiar senses, you can also speak through your familiar in your own voice, even if your familiar is normally incapable of speech.
I believe that.
But find familiar is a wee bit different, where it says you gain the service of a familiar, the spirit, whatever, appearing in an unoccupied space, and a familiar can't attack, but it can take other actions as normal. And the casting time is 1 hour, and the range is 10 foot.
Right, the range that means that you can bring the.
And while your familiar is with 100 foot of you, you can communicate with it telepathically.
Okay, I'm not trying to communicate with it telepathically.
Additionally, as an action, you can see through your familiar's eyes and hear what it hears until the start of your next turn, gaining the benefits of any special senses that the familiar has. During this time, you are deaf and blind with regard to your own senses, but that's only within 100 foot.
Okay, I'm not trying to do that. I'm literally just gonna have him fly to me if something happens while we're traveling.
Okay.
That's on the off chance that
I was just saying we shouldn't go so far away. It would take a while for the familiar to show up. That is my only statement that I was trying to make.
Fair enough.
that's,
If you
that's
go so
true.
far away, the familiar has
But we also
travel
have to be-
time.
That's correct.
We also want it to be far away to be convincing if this thing is close by enough to be on the lookout or waiting for us and everything.
Why would we not travel the maximum distance that we feel comfortable and then get off of the road so that it's not evident that we haven't gone further?
I just
Okay.
think we just need to be out of sight of the monastery. Half mile, however far we need to go.
I wasn't disagreeing with anyone. I was just like, however far is like just far enough that we're out of sight, but like we don't lose communication
Well,
or any form of contact.
Yorick can't lose communication. That's the good news.
No.
Are you?
I'm not a Pact of the Chain.
Well, Pact of the Tome.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right,
As evidenced by the
Athanasius.
book.
Athanasius has the hand raise.
Not sure if it would be like more of a like group presentation thing or who he would need to speak to about it. Athanasius has never been a cloud before, is very curious what that's going to mean, how that's going to feel like, and in the heat of the moment, trying to like get back to somewhere. If at all possible, he's not really interested in that being the first time that he experiences that. So I guess the proposition would be: is there any way for us to know what that is going to be like before, it may be, the
It's a
most
high level
pressing for us?
Run for 8 hours.
No. Okay.
But
I mean, even then, I think Lorilla could explain it.
Yeah, that'd be the best way to. And if that's the case, I guess just in character, there may be a thing to kind of explain to him what that spell is and isn't.
Lorilla?
well, okay, I think if they can dispel themselves, I think they are able to do that.
It takes a minute to revert back either way.
That's true. Yes, it does. All right. So it will take a minute. We all have to stand here for a moment. Everyone who's going to do it, I guess, Ben is not going to do it. Then you will be seen as like a wisp of a cloud. You won't lose any of your things. All of those will still be, you'll have those, with you as soon as you revert back. But you can go at 300 feet. That would be your flight speed. And you can really go anywhere you want. If you turn back, it will take 1 whole minute. And if something should happen, or like if the spell ends while you're still in the air, then you won't immediately fall to the ground. You will fall slowly until you reach the ground, and you won't take any damage at all. That's really very harmless and a lot of fun.
Rather bluntly, he interjects. Now, have you done this before? What is this like?
It's flying.
As a gaseous form?
You'll ever experience it. I honestly think it might do you some good.
He is visibly not amused by that. Can you?
In my experience, it has been done me quite good to be high at times, and as a cloud, I can only imagine how much greater it will feel.
I mean, obviously.
Yes, having only had my 2 feet on the ground for my 86 years, having not experienced that before, I don't think it's an unreasonable question to see what that may or may not be.
Would
I
you
agree.
like what I propose? If you want the experience of flying without the full speed of being a cloud, I could just let you ride on my wind carpet on our way out, so you're used to flying before you are a cloud on the way back.
I
And if
can
it-
also make you just be able to fly if that would be preferred.
You see Athanasius' eyes very wide, very concerned. I think the carpet may be best. A bit shallow in his words, very soft in that response. Basically, in the corner of your screen, you would see achievement unlocked. Athanasius' fear is realized. But yeah, I'll
Feel any
I'll-
better?
I'll
One
stick
of
with the carpet.
components is fully watered.
what was that, Relo?
One of the components is holy water, if that makes any difference. Athanasius.
Sure.
Sure, what?
I have no need for holy water.
I would also like to join on the magic carpet if possible.
Yeah, the carpet is 12 or 11 square feet and can carry up to 1,100 pounds.
Yes, Goblin, we can discuss.
Oh my gosh.
We can discuss. Sure.
There's the odd couple of the group.
I
Well,
want
does
no,
anyone-
no. I want us to get on this carpet, and all of a sudden, Brain goes into this wild bent on French existentialism and just completely blows Athanasius's mind.
Athanasius takes permanent intelligence damage.
Right. The medieval
Oh.
scholastic goes against the 20th century existentialist, and that'd be the most
I will
beautiful thing
channel
ever.
every fighter of the sexiest philosopher's being through my entire body.
Oh my god.
So
Wait,
does
who's the
anyone-
sexiest philosopher?
Albert Camus, hands down.
All right, good answer.
100%.
Does anyone want to fly just for the fun of it?
I'm kind of a sim for Kierkegaard. but-
What a question. Are you using the fly spell? Oh, wait, shit. Sorry.
Not. I'm
Uh,
using wind carpet, which casts. So I'm the commander of a wondrous flying carpet woven from glowing magical force.
okay. What's his
Whoa.
flying? How? Hey, Q. How fast can the carpet go?
300 feet is the movement speed.
That's exactly how fast you'll be if you're a cloud.
But I
can
can
go
go slower. It can go slower.
If you wanted to.
If needed, and we can gradually work up to speed for our dear paladin friend.
That is almost 13 and a half miles an hour, by the way.
Wow. Yeah, we're gonna make it back pretty friggin' fast, I think.
But I will not be taking wind carpet on the way back, as it is glowing, and I feel like that would be a bit conspicuous.
All right, we're burning daylight while we're talking about this. We should get going and we can talk about this later.
You are right, my friend. Step
Nice.
onto my carpet.
Hey, hey, Q.
Yes, Kai.
Don't go too fast because some of us are still walking.
Oh, we can just go circles. I'll take it on a loop.
A grand tour. I like it.
I believe in some areas of Stalin body they call them donuts.
Nice.
Why are
An
we?
interesting term. Why are we looking at Machiavelli? Why is he staring at myself? Oh my God, no!
Is Machiavelli? I don't think Machiavelli's paid.
I do agree, Casey. We should simp for Sylvia Plath.
No, I want to know why he looks so disturbingly similar to you.
He's got dope face.
Maybe
Tell
that's
me
why
you're
you're-
which Noah are you talking to?
Which one do you think I'm talking to?
I'm hoping Woodyard.
Hey, he's talking about me.
Thank fuck. I don't want to look like Machiavelli.
That dude had derp face hard.
It's one way to insult the DM. Wow.
Yeah,
Okay, rocks fall, you die.
I said Machiavelli had derp face, not that.
In the case you just conveyed that the DM looked like Machiavelli, and you immediately
was
said,
in
yeah, that guy had
Casey's
derp face.
opinion. In Casey's opinion.
My opinion is never wrong, first of all.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Yes, it is.
I hold
Black is
in
for
truth
degen-
the gravy
Okay,
waffle.
okay. So you guys walk a mile.
Fly.
Walk or fly a mile.
Follow the yellow brick
You guys
road.
are well within or well without range of being able to see the monastery.
Mhm.
Athanasius, you discover that you that flying is exactly as you suspected. Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh no.
On save, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dang, I already got all my bonuses applied. That's a 18.
You discover that flying is okay. You're not explicitly against it anymore. It's very much so just weightless as long as you have something to hold on to. And even if it's not something physical to hold on to, you realize that maybe it's a mental thing that you can hold on to, that yes, you will take a physical form again and everything will go back to normal and it's fine.
Okay. On a core level, it stems from a fear of heights. So I don't know if I need to do, if that, necessarily means disadvantage. Does that affect, like, does
I don't think
flying
that you
help-
guys would
Does
be.
flying help with my fear of heights also, in your opinion?
I
This
think
is,
it would, and I don't think that you would be too high up, especially at the beginning. I think that you guys would just be maybe hovering, maybe 3-5 feet above the ground, and then you'd begin a slow ascent, and as you rise up gradually, you realize that your fear of heights may be a little bit maybe put to bed at least a little bit.
Okay.
Not fully, but enough to get through this.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Perfect. All right. Do you guys begin going back?
I say we should. How visible are these clouds? Like, I would say wait till evening, probably.
Nah, that's
Wisps of clouds are exactly as I'm about to demonstrate.
Right. Yeah.
I say we go high now. Like we go up high now because I don't want to risk
Amateur.
evening. And it takes a minute to turn back into regular form. So I in Kai's opinion, I would not risk waiting till evening.
It takes 1 minute, like evening, not nighttime, like evening.
We're risking the
5:30.
lives of the monks.
Evening begins at 5. If we go at 5
We'll
to travel a mile at
We'll
13
literally be-
miles an hour,
Yeah, we'll literally be in the monastery, turn back to us at like 5:10 tops.
not
All right.
even. That's if there's traffic.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's if other clouds, getting out of
In the
school
way.
right after-
These gosh darn merchants in our way.
There's some smog clouds getting our way.
As you guys begin
Materialize.
your return, You stay either close to the ground or high enough up in the sky, and I'll leave that to your own discretion. It doesn't need to be said, but you either stay close enough to the ground as where you guys look like a very light fog, or you're up in the sky enough as to where you look like evening clouds that are just sort of passing by on a relatively clear night.
Evening.
I would say ground looking like a fog, because a weird cloud darting out of the sky into the middle of the monastery would look kind of weird.
Yeah, agreed. I'm going ground.
Same. Different reasons, but same.
Will basically be like a fog cloud.
As you guys move, as you're joined to fog cloud, you guys make it back to the external of the monastery. Where are you guys going?
Inside the
Perception check.
monastery.
Where?
Probably around back.
Yeah.
Like not the main entrance. We'd probably like drift in from the backside.
Kisnade, Moss Kisnade went ahead and made special preparation for you all on your return. He went ahead and started a ceremonial lighting of incense sticks as a continued portion of the mourning of their most recent lost leader, or Master of Death. So there's already sort of a cloud, at least on the outside, that's sort of walking around the monastery. That way you guys are able to sort of blend into it and then sort of parse yourselves underneath doorways and whatnot.
Dope. Amos is my
Sweet.
man.
I do my best.
Do we all decide to turn back now, or
Yes.
Okay, if we went into
I'll-
cloud mode, I don't want
turn
to.
back?
Can I land on the roof rather than with the rest of everybody? Because all the clouds wouldn't move together.
My
I don't
clouds do dissipate, and you can make yourself look like you're dissipating upwards. That's fine.
Yep. I would like to land on the roof.
Okay.
And then
There's this
just,
cloud that's going to be hanging on the roof for a minute while you change back.
I'll kind of like settle and like pancake myself so it's just like it dissipates.
Yeah.
And so that
And
I can change back like pancaked on the ground.
you mean on the roof?
Yep.
On the ground of the roof.
Yeah. On the floor of the ceiling.
On the roof of the ground.
Yeah. Okay. So Q, you're able to turn back, and you now have a decent vantage point. If you were to turn your body instead of pancaked against the actual one of the domed ceilings, you're able to like sort of turn back, and you can go ahead and nestle yourself as to where you have a decent foothold on the ledge there. Basically where they would have their form of gutters. That way that you have some sort of foothold. The rest of you make it inside with no problem, and you're able to reconverge.
While we're reconverging, after we reconverge, can I telepathically communicate with Bartimaeus to see if anything has happened while we've been gone?
Yeah. There's no check involved or anything like that. It reports back nothing. That nothing has happened.
Okay.
I would go and be with the headmaster. Like I would be with him in his room. Just kind of, I would probably be, honestly, Brain giving me the idea of being up in the rafters, I would probably like be up top, ready to like, you know, sneak attack, drop on top of this thing if he comes in here, kind of.
I already beat you to it. I'm already there with my axe out.
You're with Amos. I'm with the headmaster.
I thought he was.
With a
No,
Amos
there's-
Kisnade is one of the Masters of Death, but Feli is the headmaster.
Of the training bit.
No, of all of it.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. All right. You guys are at your stations. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please.
Everyone?
Yeah.
Do I get a prize if I get another that one?
Yes, you do.
That's a ooh.
It's called a death saving throw.
I
Oh my
can't see that
goodness.
crap, Kalen. There's too much glitter.
That's a
Too
nat
much.
20. The more glitter there is, the more.
A 31 on perception.
I got
Good.
a 29.
Wrecked.
Second 30 we've had tonight. My God.
All right,
That
Dylan, what I
is-
win?
I got an
You're
8.
kidding, Kit.
I'm dead freaking serious. What do
Show
I win?
us. Show us.
Did you get a nat
My
one?
computer down. Can you see this?
No, I hope
Not
you're wearing
yet.
pants though.
Maybe.
Keep
No,
going.
little bit more.
No, I still couldn't see it, but I
Yeah,
trust
we didn't
you.
see anything.
Okay, well here.
I
You can
saw
see
a
the
flash
one.
of one.
But like no, it,
Yeah.
it landed on one again. So what do I win?
I
I take
you
a
know what?
nap somewhere, I guess. I don't know.
I owe you some burning cheer wine the next time you come over to the house.
Awesome. Yay. I'll bring my hydrocortisone.
Yeah.
what you need now.
York got a 16. Athanasius
I got an 8.
8. Kai got a 17.
Thank
Brain
God for advantage.
28.
29.
Sorry, 29. Yep.
Lorilla
8.
8.
Yeah.
14.
Lorilla, who rolled your stat block?
Well, okay, I got a 22 the last time.
You just never
Yeah.
roll well.
I got a 22 the last time,
You-
but everyone else got like 38.
You
So
should
it
have.
doesn't matter.
Noah,
I
you should
rolled
have
a
seen her roll-
14. I just rolled a 14.
Noah, you should have seen her stat block for the campaign I'm running. It was even worse.
It's pretty bad.
It's
Good
because
grief.
I'm not there to like uncurse her dice. That's what's going on. Her dice haven't seen me in months.
But this is so true. Yes.
Table buddy.
yes.
As soon as we get back to the table.
It's when we
Hey.
have a table again.
I'm just very glad.
By the
Al-
way, as Kaylin said earlier, vaccination is going to be open to anybody if you're above 16 starting, I think, Monday. Is that right? At this
Wednesday.
upcoming week?
Wednesday.
Wednesday of this upcoming week.
You can
So
start making appointments then. I would recommend trying to get one on ASAP if you plan on getting it, just because those appointments are going to book up and they will
Immediately.
also put you on a waiting list. And if you are available to be just on call, you can be put on a waiting list for some if people no show.
Where's a good place?
basically in my mind, for health safety purposes, now that we actually have a real vaccination, sorry, I should have covered this in housekeeping, but I completely forgot. If I'm pausing the recording, sorry, you folks at home don't get to see this, but all right, we're back. Where the hell were we? I'm so sorry.
Natural
Just
one.
got-
Perception check.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you guys were doing perception checks. And Kaylin got a 31, which means I'll do the same. Yeah, it's perception. It doesn't matter. You see absolutely nothing out of the ordinary from your vantage point. The rest of you see absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, regardless of your role, from your vantage point.
Can I need to see. May I cast Detect Evil and Good?
Ooh.
Hi.
Yep.
Hey.
How are
Basically
you?
for the duration, up to 10 minutes, and then I can recast it if needed. But I will know if there's an aberration, celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of me, as well as know where it is. I also know if there is a place of object that has been magically consecrated or desecrated.
Are you within 30 feet of me? Are you on the roof still?
I'm on the roof.
Yeah,
Okay,
it'd
I
still
have
be
no
about
idea
30
where
foot
I
away,
am.
but it would be through about an inch of copper. But even then, that wouldn't block it.
Same for Athanasius usually.
I don't know where I am, so that's up to you.
What vibes would I get from you guys?
Well, I think you know what you would get from me.
I'm
I
a
knew
fae.
Din. What would I get?
There, I'm not sure if it would give a specifically that, but you do sense slight fiend vibes from Yorick, and definite the Adeline, the snow owl familiar is 100% fiend.
Okay.
All right. I think that's what you
Aside
get. You
from-
aside from members of your party and members of the monastery who may have some sort of fiend or whatever, or
Celestial.
it's what celestial aberration, elemental fey.
I would pop up a celestial.
Right. No, you do not see anything else.
Okay, I will keep that up for the time being.
Okay,
Question, Noah.
sir.
What does my Daredevil detect magic sense tell me about anything in my surroundings?
Someone's casting magic on a roof somewhere.
I
That's
mean,
true.
you would detect all of the different schools of magic from any of the artifacts and any of the weapons or anything like that that they've got in there.
Given that I've already been to the monastery, can I filter out anything new? As if like something has now entered into the building.
No, you well, yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and say yes, you may do that. No, you don't see anything different.
Okay. It was worth a shot.
Yeah. You guys will
Um,
hold this position for X however long.
Yeah, I will speak to Kai. So, have you tried contacting anyone else that? Well, they probably don't know anything that's happened since they died. So,
Well, they all spoke of a great beast, but they also talked about being killed by blades and beaten to death.
right, but are you sure that? So you spoke to the people from High Point and Coronog, and it was the same type of thing.
Yes.
Where
D-
the hell
DM
is it?
DM Noah,
I
I don't sense anything depth. Like, I mean, I know it's not a 100% like mechanical thing that I have listed, but we've kind of established that I can sense that type of thing. I don't sense anything like that, do I? Any bitter
Oh.
kind of, okay.
Yeah, I should probably ask the same question. I try not and bring up that Balboa question a lot because like I knew how much it bothered you back in the day.
Back in the day, it was the most overpowered thing that I gave.
Yeah.
Now it's not. No, neither of you sense any undead. The only death that you can sense directly around you would have been through natural causes, like animals dying and decaying, stuff like that. There is nothing out of the ordinary.
Are the monks out and about at this time of night?
Yes, I will only say that 15, maybe an hour has passed. And you guys are, the monks are still circling to ensure that all of you guys have changed back into clouds and whatnot. They're going to stop at midnight. And it's about 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. Are there any additional robes in the room we're staying? Like monk robes?
That's a good idea, Noah. Yeah, there would be a few. There would be a few monkish robes.
All right. Risky idea, but who the hell wants to act as bait with me?
Ooh,
I do.
You're not with me.
Volunteers.
You're already in the room with that other guy.
Me?
Athanasius
him.
will.
No, Brain is
Brain.
already in the room with.
My plan was to be bait from the beginning.
Well, then I guess it's you and me, Din. Anyone else coming?
Athanasius will join.
Well, remember, these are robes. They might not. How big are these robes? Are they going to hide armor?
dude.
There is enough robes to accommodate all sizes, including armor. I'll go ahead and say that.
That's good.
He's
I
not taking the
actually-
armor off.
Had
Alright.
a little bit different of idea. How about we all go to sleep and Den winks, and I will subtly shapeshift into one of the masters with disguise self and go, and I go to bed, young man.
Ooh, it's too real. Chromed out mirror. I don't need a windshield.
What?
Jesus.
I just got very confused about what just happened.
I don't know what that
It's a
reference was.
great Macklemore song about mopeds.
Oh,
Oh, that explains it.
so
Honestly, any song about
It's
mopeds
called
is probably
Downtown,
pretty
but
fire.
he buys a moped and his he just says, "Ooh, it's too real," and then he says, "Chromed out mirror, I don't need a windshield. Banana seat, a canopy on two wheels, 800 cash. That's a hell of a deal. I'm headed downtown,
Oh
cruising
my
the
God.
alley, tiptoeing in the streets."
Demonetized.
So sorry.
That's a
So-
bop.
well, in a similar vein of that, Dan, I don't sleep. So if I need to hide in the rafters, as some were already doing while you are sleeping, that could be done.
Edgelord.
I'll dress up as one of these monks. Surely the monastery would have monk stations near the headmaster and master. So, who would like to pretend to be guards with me? Athanasius? Anyone else?
He's literally a soldier. That's just all he does. That's what he does.
All right.
So
Kai and Athanasius will go ahead and don robes, and will join the others as they walk about the external of the monastery.
No. We'll guard the master and the headmaster's rooms,
Okay.
not the external of the monastery.
I apologize.
we do important things.
Yes.
Oh yes, I do the important
absolutely.
thing.
Athanasius does.
Welcome back,
important
iPhone.
things.
Good to see you,
What's
Sabrina, my love
good?
of my life.
Hey,
Oh.
Sab.
What are Callan, Lorilla, and Q doing?
Yellow Rilla, where you at?
Alan's in the headmaster's room. That has been
Oh, that's
established.
right. What is Lorilla doing then?
Ah.
I'm in the other monster's one.
Okay.
With another. Yeah.
It's getting crowded in there.
Oh.
Brain's in there.
No, but he's in the rafters. You're fine.
All right, so
Okay.
whichever master's room is less crowded, I'll go take that guy's place.
That's crowded.
Okay.
And I will get in the rafters if it's with Brain. That's fine.
And I'll just shroud the room in darkness. So
I was
they
also
can
going
s-
to do that.
Can
Oh
you
my
see through
God.
magical darkness?
I can.
Okay, then we're both good.
Magical darkness?
Yeah, so magical darkness cannot be seen through dark vision.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think my Fey ancestry gives me that.
Nope.
So,
So-
but I can see through magical darkness, and I guess he can too. So we're all good here.
We're good.
You so
You're kind of
Ath-
disadvantaged. You're kind of disadvantaged, not everybody else though.
We can always get rid of it.
Instantly.
Mhm.
Shadow Blade is
All right,
nice.
we don't care.
That's
Oh.
nice.
All
right,
like
I don't care.
Polymorph.
Lorilla would like to what?
Polymorph.
Wild.
Polymorph
into
what?
Into a moth.
Solid.
Polymorph
mo-
or shapeshift?
Oh, that's
Mothman.
pretty good.
Mothman the trilogy.
So you're not using your wild shape.
Yeah, wild shape or polymorph?
Oh crap!
It's
Good
fine.
one.
Both, why not?
Because polymorph's pretty powerful.
Yeah, Polymorph sweat.
And I
seventh
have to
level?
keep doing it if
No,
we're
it's fourth level.
Fourth level?
How long
No,
is left?
true Polymorph tonight.
Shut up! I can't hear her.
Hold on.
Yeah, well, sorry, we're trying to look up how long wild shape is because I forgot about that.
An hour.
Because if I do
I think.
polymorph, I'll have to keep doing it every hour if we're here all night.
Same for wild shape.
Oh, it is. Yeah, wild shape is an
Is
hour.
it only an hour as well?
I'm pretty sure it's an hour. Yeah.
It is. Unless you cast it at a higher level, I think. No,
No,
because
wild
even
shape.
then, it's still just an hour.
Yeah, wild shape only gets longer if you go circle of the moon.
I think so for moon. Yeah.
So I'll do wild shape for like the first hour, and then we'll see how many times I need to polymorph.
You can.
All right.
wild shape.
Well, it's okay.
Okay.
So it says you stay in beast shape for a number of hours equal to half your druid level.
Oh, okay, so that's 5.
Nice.
Rounded up,
Nope.
rounded down.
Always round down.
Down.
So 5. Okay, all right, so we're fine.
Cool.
Yay.
Druids.
All right. And Q, you're still up on the roof?
I had my hand up.
Oh, okay.
Can you please give me the layout of the roof where I'm at currently?
Actually, yes. You are on the roof of a domed-shaped building. All of the structures of this monastery have dome-shaped ceilings, and have columns sort of bracing around it. What you're looking at is you're looking at a 25-foot radius dome, so a 50-foot diameter dome. It definitely is sturdy enough, but it's actually, instead of being made up of any sort of metal or sheet metal or anything like that, I know I may be contradicting myself from what I said a second ago, but it's actually made out of clay shingles. And they're very sturdy, and they're staggered, so there's enough places for you to put a foothold on a specific shingle if you needed to.
So it's just the dome on top. There's nothing, no other adornments, no other.
There are some light adornments. There are some light adornments, and the dome itself is standalone. But there are other roofs that are also dome shaped that you could potentially jump to if you wanted to. You're at the highest one, is what I was thinking, which is about 35 foot in the air. And so it's just over 2.5 stories, 2.5 stories tall. But you're able to move down to a second story dome, or even a first story dome if you needed to. Basically, you're looking at this. Can you see what I'm doing? You're looking at this. This is the dome that you're on. Then there's a smaller one over here, another smaller one over here, sort of looking like Mickey Mouse ears off of the main, and then two first floor ones based off of that.
Okay. I'm going to just trying to think. And can I do another perception check?
Yeah.
Or is the last one still in effect?
The last one's still technically in effect. I wouldn't give you any additional information, basically. I mean, if you wanted more information, if you wanted more information about like the location of the other monks and stuff like that, I can give you that. But still nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Trying to think what my next move I want to be. I guess just continued watch. If I'm trying to think. If I see, so basically if anything sets off my spidey senses, because I'm going to recast, because Detect Evil and Good is 10 minutes, correct?
Yeah.
I'm going to cast it again.
Okay.
And if anything sets off my spidey senses, I will have Eldritch Blast ready.
Fantastic. Okay.
Do you have spear? That's
Somewhere.
just curious. That's just curious.
I think so. I just don't know where I put it in my list, and I don't know why it's not.
That obnoxious 300 feet.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I play Warlock like pro gamer. I don't even have Eldritch Blast.
That's
The
true.
only good
Professional
warlock
style,
spell is
right?
Eldritch
That's not
Blast.
pro gamer. That's stupid.
He says, "Yo, I'm going hard mode, guys."
He is. That's hardcore. That's survival mode type stuff.
Fuck.
No, again,
Right.
warlock without Eldritch Blast, and paladin without Divine Smite, and man, you're on hardcore mode, man. You're on.
That's like going through Modern Warfare 2 with just
I
the
don't even think that's
pistol.
Pistols.
comparable. Paladin can go probably fine without smite.
Yeah, I was about to say, two attacks per round.
He can
Now without
tank. He
Leon
can tank
Hayden.
well. You can tank well, but you're not going to get out. You're not going to be able to get out of skirmishes very well.
Anyways,
Paladins didn't have.
how long
like,
do you guys continue this?
All fracking night if that's what it takes.
And I don't have to sleep.
I'm so tired of you guys not having to sleep. I'm so upset by this.
Edgy boy.
No. I get it.
I specifically don't, but
Athanasius sleeps every single night.
good.
Like a baby.
In the midst of any danger whatsoever.
Athanasius falls asleep in the middle of a battle. You don't
Dawn
care.
breaks.
My people probably do.
Dawn breaks.
I like
Nothing
the
has
candle.
changed. Nothing has happened whatsoever to cause you all any note.
With dawn breaking, Q's gonna like right before like the pre-dawn where it's starting to get light enough, he's gonna come down from his perch at the top of the dome and just make his way into one of the quarters for a bird nap.
Oh, you're not gonna crow?
Oh my god.
So it turns out that Din's the real fantasy racist here.
Q flicks Den off as he goes to
Perfect.
his quarters. In game.
I think you guys sleep on that Kit is actually the funniest person in our entire
Yeah, absolutely fine.
session.
We're aware of that.
Low key amazing comedian.
Dawn has broken. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Nothing has happened whatsoever. The monks all retired and went to bed, save for the sentries that Callan specifically said to stay up and take watch. All of those report back upon shift change. Nothing happened under their noses. Nothing at all.
Callan, very unconventionally for him, swears.
Oh, we just hit a Michael moment.
So that was a long night of staring at Din pretend to sleep.
It's a long night of staring at my eyelids that I haven't closed in over 2 weeks.
Why did
Yeah,
you
Yeah, I
even
noticed that
pretend?
about you. I blink more than you, and that's concerning.
They've
fell
never really
asleep-
worked.
I fell asleep in the rafters, and now my whole stomach hurts.
That makes sense.
Sleep on your stomach?
Yeah.
He was like crouched up on the rafters, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I was regaling you guys with tales of my cousins all night long.
I
Anyway.
know that monks
I
are,
listen to that brain.
have some strange habits, but
I don't understand.
I like to sleep upside down, hanging from some dark.
all right,
Edgy
Batman.
vampire boy.
All right, Batman,
well,
1989.
you should have joined me in the rafters. All I was doing was crouching all night. That just,
Who all sleeps in the morning?
Q does. He
Me.
needs beauty sleep.
Q, Lorilla.
I'm gonna have my.
Uh,
I don't know. Man.
I would have
Den wanted to
actually-
go do things in the forest again.
Athanasius does his own kind of mini training regiment because he hasn't fought in the past 2 days.
Right. Den wanted to go train. Because he
Yes.
hasn't trained
So
with
he's doing
swords
his
in a while.
little, martial routine. This 85-year-old little, well, elf. He's not
All right.
really old.
I guess I'll.
Those of you who did not just speak to me about this, those of you who would normally sleep but opted to not sleep in the morning, you all need to take 1 level of exhaustion, which is disadvantage on ability checks.
Does the candle cancel that out for me and Callan?
The candle cancels that out. Yes, Yorick.
so I don't know if this is just your ruling, but in the rules, you can go a number of days without taking exhaustion if you pass a Constitution check.
Go ahead and make that Constitution check, please.
All, is everyone other than Callan and Brain?
Basically, anyone who, unless I've given specific wording as to where you do not have to do so, or you took a sleep.
What am I making a Constitution check against?
Falling asleep.
It's actually a Constitution check against being exhausted. But
The 26 to make it.
Jesus God.
So
My
let's
good
see.
stat.
hold on, I'm rolling. I haven't rolled yet.
Oh!
Din only rolls well for self-destructive behavior.
See?
Accurate.
Sounds like me.
Quality Gen Z roll right there.
I roll a crit for my wrists.
All right.
Are you serious?
I'm kidding.
Dude, that'd be your third in a night.
Oh, no,
I think our worst is we've had one person roll 5 crit ones in a single session.
I've watched someone
Oh
do
my
like 11
God.
in a session.
What?
Yeah,
that
it,
makes
it,
me nauseous.
it, it was
Oh,
bad.
that's disgusting.
It was like, please roll me a deck save. Did not
That
fall.
is
One,
disgusting.
one. And I'm like, I'm just gonna like pull you a log out.
He needs to throw those
Well,
dice away. Screw retiring them. Throw them away.
All right. Who needed to make that roll?
I did.
Athanasius rolled a 22.
22 passes, 23 passes for Kit,
I had 26 on 23.
26, excuse me. Yorick,
Does, it,
I don't need to.
okay.
does an 18 pass?
An 18?
Yes. 14 plus
An
4.
8? An 18 does pass.
Ooh,
About to say,
Thank
geez.
God.
But a 17.
I rolled a 17, so
Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, even if you got the 17, you beat.
yep.
Oh, that's
you
right.
beat it by 2.
So
Well, I already rolled 2 17s, both with advantage. There's no way I was going to roll another 17. Like, statistically impossible at that point.
all right.
oh no, impossibility.
Oh, I
We
like
don't
that.
deal with impossibility here.
You guys were able to see that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you guys able to see it if I do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
Five.
cool. I can roll in front of you guys if I
3.
wanted to.
Ugh.
And show us the terror. That
No, I have a
awaits
question.
us.
If I mail you dice, do I curse all your dice collection now?
Yes.
Yes.
I know what I'm doing for Christmas.
I hate
Dun
that.
dun dun.
Here
Mailing
comes
all of you
Santa
guys.
Claus. Here comes Santa Claus coming down Santa Claus Lane.
All right.
Hey, I gave you a die that rolls well.
It is
I-
it is the morning. None of you guys are exhausted.
Cool.
You guys
Huh.
seem to be in good shape.
We know what's up. We're
I am
used to this life.
I'm so friggin' glad that I changed that 2 to charisma to be Constitution right now.
Now granted you all are very tired, but you're not at the point of having exhaustion.
RP, we're tired. Player wise, we're not exhausted.
Correct.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't
I would like
mean.
it known that. Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
Hugh is going to sleep until someone comes and forcibly wakes him. And so, however long that would be, like,
Well, we're gonna need to make a new plan. So if you want to sleep, that's fine. We won't wake you up. But
he's going to sleep through it.
yeah.
Did Q make it known to the rest of the group that they were going to sleep and to wake them up?
Yes. Not to
Yeah,
wake him up,
to-
but
to-
like,
to den.
sleep. Yeah.
Hugh declared that he needed his beauty sleep.
Right.
What a legend.
Guys, look, I'm sorry. I don't mean to waste time. And obviously something is not going on. So is there anything that I can roll, DM, any type of anything to see if I can figure out what the heck is going on?
You can roll for insight.
I do have something to second that when he is done.
Same here.
All right. Go ahead and raise your hands, guys.
All right. Well,
27.
27.
Jeez.
18 plus 9.
You can certainly that's not 15 plus 9 is 24.
You said
Um,
18.
18 plus 9.
Oh, 18 plus 9. Okay, yeah, that's 27. You can certainly tell that something feels awry, but just nothing came of last night at all. Nothing was out of the ordinary. And I honestly, as your dungeon master will say, there was nothing that you all missed or anything like that. It just didn't happen. So there may be something going on, and you feel very strongly that there is something going on. You have a fair amount of evidence to say as such that there is something that may be going after people who you've spoken with, et cetera, et cetera. But
Do we?
As
do
of right now, there's nothing.
do I think that this thing, again, kind of going off of what I said earlier about the fact that this would be probably the most well protected and well capable place that that this thing would be trying to go after things. So do I
You could
get that?
infer that it is because it is such a high level target that if there was something or someone who's trying to hurt you guys, they maybe would not have chosen this.
Okay.
Oh shit. You go first, or are we?
All
Are you
right.
still going?
Well, I had two small things. One was as a monster hunter, what I have any knowledge on what the heck this might be, like anything that's acted similar, whether it just be any sort of pattern that I recognize. I don't think there's anything to that one, but
Yeah, no, I mean, given your history, the first thing that pops into your mind is maybe Displacer Beast. That would be my first thought, just based off of you dealing with Displacer Beasts before. They move in shadows, they attack at night. Usually, though, they attack in packs. They do have the 3 tails that allow them to do some sort of stabbing, but it would have been a barbed thing. So the shallow cuts that one of Kai's ghosts described, that would kind of fit. It would certainly kind of fit, but something with a blade, like specifically calling it a blade, could have been one of the claws. That's probably what your initial thought would be. But it almost seems a little bit too meticulous.
And also, well, never mind. I'm not going to interject if this is you talking.
my thoughts would I had to be like, because of the speed it is traveling, because we're going in multiple days, but it's getting right behind us immediately. There is a planning to it. Attacking at night and when they're sleeping. My thought would be like a vampire, or maybe like an Oni with a grudge. It can use a blade. It can get into any place it wants. It has a tendency to brutalize things, as we've seen in the evidence so far.
Yeah.
Those are my thoughts, but then again,
All
could be
of
going on
that
a wrong
all of
limb.
that checks out as entirely reasonable. The only thing that I would ask you to do is do an insight check.
Would a vampire wouldn't be able to get in though, unless vampires can do whatever they want, not by
They can do whatever
invitation.
they want.
I don't know how they work.
They can do whatever they
in
want.
this world.
Yeah, no, they can pretty much do whatever they want.
Okay, just checking.
Now, DMs can rule they could have like that, like the no entering doors thing.
Emo had that, and she also
Yeah.
had she couldn't cross running water.
Right. Yeah, no, so like vampires are hurt by running water, but they can cross it.
Yeah, it was like 20 points of acid damage.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. All right, so insight. That is a 17 plus 2.
19.
Yes.
Your insight is very similar to the insight that I gave before, that there seems to be something amiss here, that something may be going after you guys, maybe even hunting you guys, or hunting the people who you speak with, that sort of thing. But it didn't attack at night. You're not familiar with a beast that has that sort of potential, other than the beast that you specifically raised question to, as well as even a mind flare.
Displacer beast, or mind flare.
It
All
was
right. My second thing was, yeah, this place is obviously well defended, so yeah, nothing in its right mind would attack this place. If it's specifically going after people we're talking to and have value, why not just bait up that guy or look like that guy and go take a walk in the forest alone?
That would be that would be something to certainly bring up to your party. Let's put a pause on that for a second,
Okay.
Kai.
That's literally what I was going to suggest. That was like the next thing out of Kai's mouth is going to be, well, if this form of bait didn't work, let's just try a different kind.
As Din and Kai both say this, the party is welcome to discuss it. But first, Athanasius.
No, I just wanted to, I guess, be able to say what was on my mind for the sake of, I guess, opening the RP is, well, clearly it's definitely intelligent. without a doubt, it's methodical. It's been methodical throughout the entirety of it. Not only methodical, but it's willing and patient to be reactionary. This certainly is something that we're going to need to deal with. This is the case. I refuse to believe that the pattern just so happened to be broken when we chose to stay back. There's something going on. Something is there.
Well, look,
There's something we've got to do something.
you do not track the fox with 13 men. It's not something that is done. It is entirely impractical. So, if it is reactionary, we give it something to react to, and then we take it from behind.
I agree with Brain. I think we need to change tactics. It's not going to take the bait while we're in the monastery. So
If that is the case, and to our understanding that the common denominator here has to do with people we've engaged with, helped possibly, but meaningful people that we've engaged with, and then we have left. It seems as if they're coming after those that, are at least are going to make us look bad. At the very least, maybe hurt us in some sense, but at least hurt our image to others. Where would we be? What would be another factor? Do we need to move on to a different place? Maybe not the next monastery, but another smaller place?
I think we were on the right the right track here. With the clouds, actually. If we and he points at Callan and Lorilla specifically, and he says, if we stay behind for half a day, all three of us, she is skilled in bushcraft. He is, bushcraft?
In horsecraft.
Yes, that. Minecraft.
In Worcestershire.
But she is skilled in bushcraft, and he is him, and I am me. So surely it would not be too hard for us to remain undetected, especially with you group of spellcasters. I don't know how many there are of you. I have 4 fingers, and there are more of you than that.
Astute observation.
Listen, I'm staying with Callan no matter what.
What is no one doing?
So wherever Callan goes, I go. So
But
I'm going.
we would still have a way of communication, wouldn't we?
Din does have a yes.
Yes. Yeah, we have pocket watches.
Yeah.
I don't hate that idea, Brain. I really don't. That's not bad.
It's better than just sitting on our asses and hoping he eventually shows up.
Oh, I didn't finish what I was saying. The spellcasters, you make look like we are with you, but we are not. Like it looked like we were clouds, but we were not. That, but not.
So, Brain, somebody makes an illusion, a picture of us traveling with the party while we stay here, but Lorilla is able to cast the spell on us so that we can catch up faster to them while we stay behind, just to be safe.
Does anyone have the illusory powers to make an image that big?
Yeah, no, I don't.
I have major image, but
That could work. But
That would
is it
work.
Multiple? Can it do multiple? Or just one?
that's what I was banking on. But
I'm pretty sure it's
I
just
mean,
one, but
It says
rule of bullet.
within. Yeah.
it-
It
There's
says you
no
create an
larger than
image of
20-foot.
yeah.
of an object, a creature, or some other visible phenomenon no larger than 20 foot. But, if Noah's going to rule of cool it, that I can do multiple.
I'll rule of cool it for this one time.
Because otherwise we just couldn't do it.
As
No.
it should be with the rule of cool.
Agreed.
So
I like it. So everybody else takes off and travels, and we stay here and are able to catch up faster later.
Hey guys, I'm heading to bed. Y'all have a good
Bye.
one.
good night.
Hi, friend.
Good night,
We never
Kalen.
wake you up.
Bye.
Good night.
It was good to have you play tonight.
Bye, James.
Thank you. I've had a good end of this week, and so I was kind of in a good space to feel like I could play. So.
That's fair.
Roll them 30s.
Them clutch 30s.
Good night.
Night.
Literally a
Um,
30 and a 31.
It's
geez, dude.
impressive.
It's good. All right. Who's taking the place as Folly?
I'll do
Say it
it.
again.
As what?
As Felly?
Felly?
Oh, probably did.
Well, Din's leaving, isn't he? Or is Din staying?
I was partially confused the plan.
So they basically saying send away half of the group, and if we want to try to like you guys can start traveling, and then if you want to try your crazy stunt, that's fine. But we get some people traveling, fewer people can stay behind, maybe see if something happens. We can catch up faster to like if something doesn't happen, and then we can try out once we all get back together, we can try out the whole let's walk out into the middle of the woods and stuff.
See, I just don't think it's going to attack an armed monastery
I
that has people in it. Like, if there's like more than 3 in there, it's probably not going to go for it.
Okay, so
How
you make
big is my monastery? Population wise, out of sheer curiosity.
Is there a village nearby?
Closest
was
one.
how often do the monks make pilgrimage to Horanag and stuff like that? Because if they go fairly frequently, then several of us could dress up as a relatively undefended caravan, get struck in the middle of the night.
why would you
It's not frequent.
Mm-mm.
But it would present a target of opportunity, would it not?
But it's not going for us.
I know it wouldn't be. We would be disguised.
It probably has things to see through any sort of disguise that we have anyway.
I mean, it's hard to see through just a robe and a hood, isn't it?
It's true.
All right. Well,
But we've
Brain-
kind of wasted 2-3 days.
Yeah,
on
like
this.
yeah, I think
we
so.
should
I would say, Brain, I don't hate your idea, but I think hope. And I'm visibly concerned, but I say I hope that everything is fine. And again, this is not about me not trusting my people and the people of the monastery. This is concern for them, and I have enough guilt. I don't need the death of my people being on my head as well. So, but I think we can move on, and I trust the monks to be cautious, alert, and be on their guard. And I look over at the headmaster and just, does that sound all right with you?
Well, my boy, you all did your job, and as we all agreed, there was potentially a grave and imminent threat. I believe that we took the correct precaution. As of now, I believe that all of us are on high enough guard. We are alerted of the situation. I don't necessarily believe that we would need your protecting at this moment. However, if we do come to face with this creature or this person thing, then we will surely attempt our best to get in touch with you all, as we would most graciously welcome your help.
You see me begin to tear up and weep and just say, I don't need and I look around at other students and other members who are going about their day and who have come here because they want training and they believe it to be a good and a safe place and one of learning and growth and again relative safety. I don't need to be responsible for this being gone, because if it goes away, then it falls to me to bring it back, and I don't think that I can do that.
My son, the best advice that I can give you is the same advice as what I gave you a few days ago. Live. You have mastered death. Master life. I have done the same, and I will protect these people.
Very well. Thank you all again. I very honestly and truly, this has meant more to me than you know. And I know that I'm not in good standing or great standing with everybody here, and I know that that's my fault, but you all being here and staying and protecting this place, it's and I don't even finish the sentence.
Peace before honor, justice before glory, and our order above all of these things. With that being said, seems like you guys are off on another to another place.
Can we win
Right.
walk?
Yeah, let's do it.
Again,
Want to though?
Dan
I need
will
someone to
still
please
just
go ahead and roll pick someone first.
me.
No,
Oh.
never you.
You rolled
Uh,
two ones tonight, bro.
What?
You rolled 2 1s tonight. Let's pick somebody else.
Come on, come on. I want to
let-
hear a
let-
three.
let Athanasius roll. Let Drew roll.
I just barely rolled anything.
I
I was just
don't
Hold on.
care.
Or Heather.
Two things. What I'm glad to roll anything. Okay.
Probably
I don't know who I don't know who has or hasn't heard the phrase, but when he says that, what comes to mind immediately is a very old Methodist phrase. It's in the essentials unity, in the non-essentials liberty, but in all things love. That is every time you say that, that's exactly what comes to mind.
I will I'll tell you exactly where I got that.
I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm curious where you got that from.
So my grandfather, who was a Mason, who got me into Masonry whenever I was a Mason, before I renounced it.
Oh, you were a Noah.
No,
Under the
he had
Noahic
that.
covenant.
He had that exact phrase written at the beginning of his Masonic Bible that I obsessed over for many, many, many years. The peace before honor, justice before glory, and instead of and our order above all of these, it's and God above all of these.
Sure.
So he did not grow up Methodist. He grew up as Baptist, but he spent a fair amount of time in the Presbyterian and Methodist churches as well. But I do believe that is a little bit of inspiration for where he got that. But the peace before honor, justice before glory, and God above all of these, that was a significant part of my teenage years, as
flow
well
is
as
very
something that I really took
similar.
to heart.
The flow is very similar. There's a very keen aspect of virtue,
Yes,
especially unto the consequences of those virtues. This and that.
That's right.
So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
And-
just something that is very, very, very near and dear to my heart, and it reminded you saying that reminded me of something that I dwell on in a very conscious way moving forward.
Yeah, no, same. It's one of those. It's one of those phrases that I say in D&D a fair amount that is actually reflective of my life in some capacity. Like all stories are the same, all in detail except for name.
Indeed.
A very, very similar vibe. All right, so who's rolling the D100?
I will.
Yeah, go for it, Drew.
I don't know how to do that. Okay, here we go. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. Don't hate me.
Us.
Uh-oh.
43. I did negative. I did bad. He did a bad thing.
It wasn't quite 42.
Honestly, that's what I'm most angry about. And seriously. that's
No,
with my
dude,
gr-
no. I
No,
know
that's-
because we just had this conversation last week.
Yes, quite literally. If a teacher wants to bump my GPA to a 3.99, do worse. Make it worse. I don't want that. Literally give me a 3.8. I would rather have that in my life. Seriously. Sorry, continue, DM.
As you guys begin traveling, yeah,
In cloud
Thank-
form.
in cloud form.
Why not?
Wait, does Din want to do that though?
I'll
We
be
can
right
move fast and make up for lost time.
I will offer Dan the fly spell if he would like.
And we also have the wind carpet, I suppose.
Din will stay on the ground.
I mean, you could surf the wind carpet on the ground.
You can also just mold earth your way over there, I guess.
That would take. I would have a
Forever.
max movement of 10. I could fly, but I have a max movement of 10 feet. And Din would do it then, but like, if he needs speed, he'll just hop on his hound.
I believe I just do a minor illusion to make it look like Den's flying. Oh, look at that.
The amazing Din.
Anyway, I guess we'll see you in a couple days.
All right, you guys begin your travel in cloud form or by walking.
Like
Probably
smart
being
people.
conscious of Din. Not too much of a spread would happen. You know, you guys wouldn't get too terribly far apart, I would hope.
I'm pretty sure I would sink that magic carpet. I'm gonna be real.
I mean, it holds 1,100 pounds.
Right, and I'm 500 of that,
There you go. You're still good.
plus everyone else.
No,
Oh,
we're
good.
we're not flying on the carpet. It would just be like you and Kurik.
And still no.
Kurik's not no
Ulrich's
500.
got bird bones.
Kurik's got bird bone.
Really? No. Din what does not like anyone else's transportation but his.
Ian's
You
a
didn't
stick
have
in the
control
mud.
of it.
As
This
you
is-
guys are walking,
Yes.
Oh shit.
As I am walking. Cue the
This
Green
is-
Day song.
Jesus Christ. He every time you think he can't top himself, he comes up with another zinger.
I walk this lonely
that's so upsetting that that's the that's like the third time today that I've thought about that song. I only think about that song whenever it's raining.
Ah,
Is it bad? I was thinking about the Bionicles commercial with All American Rejects in it because of the rain.
God, I haven't thought about Bionicles in forever.
Dude, I still have some in my drawer. I never got
Oh,
rid
I
of
used to
them.
love those things so
That
much. I
just
have them the
reminded
giant
me-
ones. Yeah.
Guys,
Lincoln-
come on, we're so
I'm
close.
sorry.
Yeah.
We're so close to the monastery.
All right, let's go.
I'm even skipping the 43 thing.
No,
you
don't
guys,
skip
No,
the
no,
43
no.
thing.
What was it?
No.
no, you guys didn't hit encounter, which was the
Oh.
thing that you guys were rolling against. You guys didn't hit an encounter, nothing like that. Den, you would be the only person to be able to see this. Go ahead and make a perception check. Everyone else is moving too fast.
Let's go one. Let's go one. Let's go one. Close enough. So
3.
it's a 2.
Never mind, you don't see it either. Never mind. You guys don't get to know what 43 was.
Bro, your rolls have gotten.
What
It's
the heck?
perception with Din, and it's beautiful. It's
Jeez,
just
dude.
it's supposed to be his worst stat, but I can't lower it because it's 5e. But I always roll bad for that, which is just perfect.
Good. I'm glad.
All right.
That's his Achilles heel.
Welcome, friends, to the glorious monastery of Hopper. Let me describe this monastery for you guys as you guys are approaching it.
With a bouncy
Trees
apple.
absolutely everywhere. The structures themselves are made out of trees. These are people who preserve and love nature. They will never remove anything from its natural position, which means they have just acclimated themselves to living within this beautiful paradise of nature interacting with man in such a perfect way. You can see that there are some lean-tos, but they make sure to only have them actually leaning, that they're not secured in any capacity, that they're not secured by like hammering a nail into a tree, anything like that. These are people who genuinely believe in the preservation of nature. Now, they also very much so, as the book that Yorick picked up earlier, they also believe in the harmony of life and death, just as a little bit of a preface there. So they do believe that things should die. However, they will not intentionally make that a thing that they go for, that they will intentionally kill anything unless it is out of necessity, unless it is out of a convenience in which something was already dying. So a dead and decaying tree, totally fine. Something that's very well alive, something that's prospering, they're not going to touch it. They're not going to get involved in that too much. These are people who understand very similarly as to the Druid, the unicorn and the duocorn that the Druid met before, has a very similar philosophy, that either you're on one side of things where you're of the preservation of nature, or on sort of an opposite side where if you are not contributing to the preservation of things, then you are part of the problem.
What about
Okay,
the gray
so
one?
that's just sort of a roundabout. That's sort of a roundabout of their philosophy. A couple other things to note of this, you know, they do have books. They will have books whenever you guys get in there. But it's all from recycled material, effectively. Like it's leaves from trees. They're not actually making paper or any sort of anything like that. They're very contingent on making sure that whatever they use for their materials of survival are things that are done out of a mercy, or things that are done out of an already existing convenience. Now, whenever I specifically say mercy, there is a specific, almost prayer-esque thing that they would go through, because they're not vegetarian or anything like that, or vegan or anything like that. But they would have a prayer effectively to a few different of the nature deities, saying, "Thank you for providing us. Let this be nourishment, and let us be able to recycle it back." That's sort of an essence of, this is a cycle. This is a natural cycle. We understand our place within it. We're not going to abuse it. That's the biggest thing, is that we're not going to abuse it. Now, the monastery itself, as a little bit of a descriptor, you know, that you have the trees in which they use as their lean-tos and whatnot. This is not the grandiose monastery that Callan reigns from. However, they exist obviously side by side. You guys were able to make it there in less than a day. Now, granted, you all were going at a significantly faster speed. Din, you would be shortly there behind. You'd make it there like an hour or maybe 2 later. But the monastery itself has a very natural, a very holy garden type feel. You can see all of the different plants. The plants have their own almost sentience that you can feel as soon as you enter into the space, that this is a place. It's quiet. It's intentional. It is very, very intentionally preserved. The only travelers who come into it are ones who have that same ideology. All right. And you have your hand raised.
So you mentioned unicorns. There was the gray one that I got the book from. What about that one? I was confused there.
The unicorn and the duocorn, they do not acknowledge the gray.
Okay. So he's my friend.
Callan.
The esoteric agnostic.
I was just basically, I would be out in front and upon the first sight of anybody from the monastery, I would just be out there. I would bow and just say, greetings. My name is Master Callan Era from the monastery of Andanuru. I come seeking refuge and sanctuary for myself and my party, and also, well, something along a more personal matter that I would wish to speak with to your head.
You were met by a, hold on. You were met by a, basically he would look like a farmer, but he has a sword at his side. It's a short sword, but it looks very well maintained. And it looks to be rather old. That's just your first impression of this person. But this farmer, he sort of gives you one of these. And, well, welcome to the Order of Agnotoliant. It's hard to do in that accent. Agnotoliant. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. What brings you?
Well, again, we are actually here purposefully. We are passing through to other places, but we would like to stop here specifically. We have...
What the hell?
He comes up and he smells you.
Mm-hmm.
Very friendly people here.
Mm.
I absolutely fist bumped him.
Well, you smell like an old friend.
You know Hopper.
Yeah, I know Hopper. All of us know Hopper.
That's
Hopper was one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. I love that man. How's he doing? I don't see him here with you guys.
Well, that's why we're here.
Why we are here, sir.
Mm.
And you can literally, like, Callan's crying. I'm visibly crying right now. Please, we have come because we wish to honor our friend, and we could think of no better place to do it. I'm sorry to be the bearer of such news?
He was brave and correct and compassionate till the very end. He was my friend.
I can hear his voice sort of break. Why don't I go why don't I go grab some people and we'll meet you guys down there at the river. It was his favorite place. Jason, don't go crying on me, sir.
I'm almost there.
Not yet.
It's time for the Noahs to have their dueling make Jason cry.
No,
Doesn't take much these days.
It's
Doesn't
nothing like
take
that.
much.
Good. Alexa, play Duel of the Fates.
No.
Play the Final Fantasy VIII theme track.
Play Choose Anarchin, Alexa.
Stop it.
Oh, it actually worked.
Alexa, stop playback.
Stop saying her name. She's not connected to the internet. It wasn't me.
No, it was me. It was the one right next to this computer.
Oh.
I'm so sorry.
You have 3, sir.
Yeah. Um. The young man goes and musters up a few people. There are only about 3 who are actively going to be there with you guys.
I wanted you to be able to see me.
So you're met down at the riverbed. You see one of them is carrying a leaf-bound book. It's only about this big. It's only about the size of palm to palm.
Oh no. No.
And just sort of sits at his side. There's the young man who you all met a few moments ago. There is a much older man who is wearing armor and who has a very large sword strapped to his back. And then there's a woman who looks to be sort of out of place here. Has bright auburn hair and it has very, very bright green eyes, almost as bright as the leaves that are around. And she is also armed, but is very careful as to where she steps. The older man is human by race. The woman seems to be of half elf origin, and the young man is a tabaxi. But you all may speak.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chiron, and Hopper and I traveled together for a good bit of time. I like to think of him as a close friend. This is also Callan. He didn't know Hopper as long as I did, but we fought side by side against evil. Who all are you, if I may be so inclined to ask?
We don't really have names here. More of just nicknames about what we do. See, they call me Farm Boy.
Because you're on the farm.
They call me Farm Boy. This over here is the minister, and this one over here, her name is Rose Picker.
What?
Rose Picker. Whenever we found her, all that she wanted to do was pick flowers. Now she helps grow them. She's sort of one of them spirits, similar to Hopper there, that keeps us happy, keeps us going. You can hear his voice break again. You're surrounded by the light trickle of water that's just running through this creek, more like a brook, really. And just a small little trickle where you can hear that there's water falling off of rocks, sort of in the midst of two, not quite hills, but just where the water is cut through the landscape.
It's an honor to meet the rest of Hopper's fellows. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under different circumstances. Is there anything I can tell you about him on his travels?
The minister's going to pipe up, because the minister was the one who brought Hopper in, who was specifically looking for Hopper, looking for the satyr. How did he pass?
He passed seeking an escape from a place we were trapped in. We were making our way through the Trestici Inferno, and he was cursed, and still he continued to fight. Still he continued to struggle, and he, to the very bitter end, was the same old Hopper that we know, that you know. He died trying to help someone else. And you can tell Kai is like just absolutely choked up about recounting the details without getting too far deep into it. He died trying to make sure that others lived.
It was not fair. It was senseless and pointless what happened. The reason it happened, again, he was always looking out for the other people in his party all the time, but gosh, I wish I could have prevented it. I wish that I could have done something, anything, to to help what seemed to be the worst situation that one could find them in.
I believe that all would wish for something different. But this is, as we call it, the natural order of things. And my goodness, it's so good to hear. It's so good to hear that he was exactly the way that I've known him. He stifles some tears.
Callan and I, at least, we came to honor him at his own monastery. There's unfortunately nothing to bury, but Callan and I, felt we owed him this. That we owed you this. And that at least there could be some final peace for his soul. I don't know what your ceremony or ritual to celebrate the passing of a person's life is, but Callan and I, at the very least, would be honored if you'd let us participate in it.
The minister does not speak, but Rose Picker, the woman, does. Traditionally, what we do here is first we give a eulogy. Would anyone like to say a few words?
I would, but I prefer to go last. I knew him the shortest amount of time, aside from Callan. Would you all like to go first?
Did I see Lorilla pointing at herself?
No, she.
Yes, and me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Incredible. I love that.
Harper was her first official friend.
Yeah.
Kai's definitely going to go last.
I will go after Lorilla.
Kai, maybe go last of the party, but let the members of the family of the order go last.
You just want to upstage my speech. I see how it is.
No.
It's the way that it would happen, Kai.
Yeah.
I know. I was just being an asshole.
All right.
Don't be an asshole.
Rose Picker gestures over to Lorilla, who after a moment of pause raises hand.
He was a dear little friend, if ever there was. And while there were many times that I wish he had been quieter, I know I probably could have learned so much from him. So much. And if I may, I'd like to druid craft a water lily.
Beautiful.
With a perfect purple flower on the top, and lay it in the river there.
It seems to stay in place for a moment. It's not going to float down yet.
I step forward and I say, Hopper is the first person who was my friend because he was kind because he saw me as a person and not as a project, not as a poor outcast. He was my friend because he was kind. I had never known that before. Someone who was voluntarily nice to me simply for the fact of being nice. Yeah, I thought him annoying. I thought him crazy. I thought him weird. I thought him reckless. One time, ran after him so that he wouldn't get killed by himself as he tried to reason with a gigantic. And I stop and I shake my head. It's like, you wouldn't know what that was, but no matter what situation we found ourselves in, he was always happy. He was always positive. A lot of the time, he was always almost dead, but he persisted. He was never not himself. Nothing ever changed him. And I pull out a shiny black stone. These stones are reserved for members of my order. We are given these, and when we pass on to the true and final death, these are what memorialize us. This is for Hopper because he faced death. He has gone to that final death. And no one deserves this more than he. And I go and I place it down by the bank of the river. And the moment that I set it down and let go of it, it begins to faintly glow.
My turn. All right. So Kai is, as he steps up to the riverbank to speak, he's like pointedly going to turn away from everyone and pull up his hood on his robes, and then he's going to start speaking. The rains have ceased, and we have been graced with another beautiful day. But you are not here to see it. The world still turns, but you are gone from it. Thus, it is forever poorer. There is something indelible that death does to us. It marks us, hanging a shroud over our lives. In the time that I knew Harper, I could tell you that he wouldn't want such a shroud to hang over us. He'd want us to press onward with our lives, to truly live them. He was the kind of satyr that loved being alive. He embraced every day as a new one, not letting himself be weighed down by the hardships he faced. At first, when I met him, he could scarcely talk to anyone but animals. By the end of our month traveling together, he would stop talking to people. Harper let his spirit guide him, seeking out tea and adventure wherever we went. Harper was a bright soul in a dark time for Bardoon. He provided levity and comfort where there otherwise was none. We faced a darkness that the world will never know of. And he died facing that darkness. I owe him a debt that I can never repay, except by moving forward, always and forever, towards the next dawn. I will always be grateful that I traveled with him, that he was my companion, my stalwart ally, my friend. Life will continue. The Bardoon still lies firm beneath our feet, and the air we breathe is still pure. Though his soul is gone, Harper lives on through us. We carry his will in our hearts. We carry his dreams in our souls. Harper will live on for as long as we remember him. For a man only ever truly dies when he is passed from the memory of the world. I'll miss you, brother. May you find peace and your memories in the next life. Till then, rest well. I'll see you again someday, I'm sure. And with the end of Chiron's speech, he will just kind of collapse into the ground, and you see him pull from his pouch a single seed, and he will clear the earth from the riverbank and plant one of the seeds from the hell fruit that he took and cover it up. And then he'll just move water on top of it to get it started growing. And then he's just gonna kind of sit there, just kind of slumped. And a gust of wind just so happens to blow his hood back, and you can just see him just openly weeping, just silently, just bawling his eyes out. Like if he opened his mouth, there wouldn't be any sound to come out because it's just that raw of an emotion.
The minister steps forward and he's just going to pause for a second. And he's going to give all of you a very gracious nod. So what can we say about Hopper? One of the most defining features about Hopper was he was a satyr. Moreover, he was the embodiment of satyrs. He lived in constant song, drinking, joking, and all manners of debauchery. But what can we say about the guardian, or better, the guardian Hopper? He was clever, loved tricking people, loved playing jokes, turning people's words and even their actions against themselves. He was the fun uncle. He was the lover of all nature and animals. He was the guardian. When we found him and took him back here to Abergenie, he was loved as a brother and a great friend. Many feasts and stories were enjoyed specifically because of Hopper, his personality of bringing joy and a youthfulness. He followed our ways. He protected and shepherded the spirits of nature, especially those creatures that have difficulty defending themselves. He looked out for others. He embraced the wilderness of nature and loved every piece of it. From the ground that we stand on to the highest of clouds. He knew where to put his expectations. He subverted them for the good of nature and people alike. And he understood our most core principle, that nature has value and that people are a part of nature. Therefore, people have intrinsic value. That all living things play a role in the natural world. Hopper would frequently talk about how spirits of wilderness are always with you. The wind spirits, the trees, the flowers, that they will guide you if you can only listen. He understood that though we play the fool, we are not to be one, that we are to be wise. We are to be confident in ourselves and listen. And that the truth is not simply within ourselves, and that we are always able to learn and grow from others. So yes, he was the embodiment of satyrs, while living in constant song and drinking and joking. And he had the most kind and good spirit of anything that I've ever met. But most importantly, he was a free satyr. He would not be bound by the Feywild or to any group or people. The man was the personification of adventure and the blessings that come from a free spirit. He was the guardian. He was the real guardian of hope. And hope is what we need. Hopper is what we need. We need more hoppers in Unbardoon. As sure as the ground is beneath our feet, he grounded us in something far more tangible and constant than even the ground. That there's hope. With that, let us put this satyr to rest. Let us put this friend to rest. Do you all have ashes If so, I ask you to scatter them at your feet on the ground.
I wish we did, but the nature of where we were left nothing behind.
The minister takes out his book. And he begins to recite a deep.
Again.
What?
I think they just cut out. Oh, they're back.
He begins to recite what?
He takes out his book and he begins to recite the prayer from trees. This is a very old, what we would consider a psalm of peace and going forward, and a hope that is left in its trail.
Is it in common?
It is. The words resonate with you all, but what resonates more is what begins to happen to the ground. The minister closes his book and puts it at his side. One of my most fond memories of Hopper is him jumping this bed, this creek bed, over and over, just to see how far he could get to the other side. Leaping from one moment to the next, from one side to another. Flowers, please come to us. And as he says so, something miraculous begins to happen. The roots where you all are standing and the flowers that are here along the creek bed begin to crawl themselves in vines down to the creek bed itself, where Lorilla placed the flower and where Callan placed the stone. The flowers in their vininess begin to interlace themselves and create the form of the satyr that you all knew and loved, with the flower as the heart and the stone as the head. They form and nestle in the same glow that is of the stone, begins to illuminate the entire body, as the body is then pushed down the creek. Shortly thereafter, you're able to, after standing in silence for a moment, you're able to see in the far off distance a satyr made entirely of nature, jumping from side to side.
I wild shape into a rabbit and start jumping around everyone and from side to side.
The flowers that remain begin to sing the psalm. They begin to sing. You can hear the melody throughout where the wind is blowing their leaves, creating an actual tune. And the flowers begin to lift up their voice as a joyous amount of song. The trees begin to release sap intentionally from their branches and from the trunks as to be collected for drink. And a celebration will follow. And that is the life and burial of Hopper, the Guardian of Hope.
His title has been canonized by that statement.
I'm updating the wiki already.
That's right. There it is. Yeah. Firm
Will that-
canonization right there.
Ooh.
Will that continue? Like, will that form of Hopper like continue?
Eternal.
It will continue. It will always be within the forests of Abergenie. Yeah.
Oh.
Sick. So sick. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Good
All right.
adaptation right there. That's good.
How
Jason, I was gonna give up my stone since I was gonna leave the monastery. Since I didn't, I messaged Noah. I was like, "Am I able to get one?" And he's like, "Yeah, you can get one." I was like, okay, phew.
is
Because-
what happens to the hell fruit flower? Does anything happen with that?
It will grow. It will
Okay.
grow. It will grow into a very large tree that will stand there, sort of as a memorial.
That's exactly what I was hoping it would do. So yay. Oh man. Oh, I forgot how much fun it is to act. It's been so long. I didn't overact, do you think? Hope I didn't overact.
Not at all. Dude, the
Um,
whole RP situation absolutely sparked like, oh dude, this is absolutely what we initially loved in the beginning. Like, you know, depending on in the group, like when you first started doing stuff like that, it's like, oh dude, this was like, oh, the first couple of months you were kind of hesitant, and then you like were into it, and then there was that realization like, yo, this is incredible.
It's literally
There are
all
those
thanks to
moments where
Devin.
you're-
It's
there's-
all Devin. It was all Devin. Devin's like drunken RP with Miracaz is literally like the spark that lit the giant flame that is now burning within inside of me.
Dude, my giant flame was freaking Bye Bye Birdie.
Oh,
I
Tyler
loved
Hedrick.
that.
You remember
With a-
Tyler Hedrick getting punched in the face for real the last night?
It was incredible.
Oh
Everything
my
about
God.
everything about that was incredible.
Oh man.
That was a spark for me. Oh, dude, everything about that was just magical for me.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about D&D. I was talking about D&D.
Both.
But I've never had a spark that like this. That I've never been
Oh,
like
man.
100% in there.
So Jason, you good,
RP
buddy?
Bug, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
That wasn't too
Didn't-
bad.
Didn't like actually ball this time, you know. I made it through, but just I think it was the Guardian of Hope got me. That's the part that just like solidified it that that's it. Even after being actually dead for like months, you know, that's the end because
It's a double-edged sword. He's eternally dead, but the spirit and the
lives on.
consequences are looming, not only
Yeah.
in the space but in our hearts. Oh man, it's such a double-edged sword. In
Cue up
that
that-
situation, like,
Cue up that song from The Lion King. He lives in me.
you live in my heart.
He lives in me.
The every I hope this does not devalue anything. Every bit of what I said was pulled directly from Hopper's backstory. If you want a more full version of what that eulogy would actually be, go onto the wiki page, go look at Hopper's backstory. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely lovely. Specifically the title of Guardian, they just modified it as the Guardian of Hope because they had already given him the title of Guardian at one point. But it I believe did right by him by altering that title because that's exactly what Hopper was and what he will continue to be, as Kyron so greatly pointed that that the spirit of the Guardian of Hope will be within all of you guys as you all continue on your adventures.
Oh, I was very influenced by like the Gettysburg Address, which a lot of people say is like the greatest speech of all time. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna challenge
Not.
myself. I mean, I don't think it's like top. It's like top 20, but regardless,
That's a good range. Top 20. Okay, I could put it in the like 15 to 20 range. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
I can like you know, they say
All
brevity
speeches
is
ever.
the soul of wit. So I was like, I'm going to challenge myself and try and make this really short and just full of tear-jerking emotion. Did I succeed, everyone? Please tell me.
I think so.
Now you're just digging for it, but you did a good job, buddy.
You don't understand how like need for approval my art is.
I mean, I
No,
don't know,
I get
Noah.
it.
I'm still hung up on some things.
Okay.
Oh no.
There we go. And holding that one.
That kit.
Sorry.
Stop.
No, I will not. I
He
was holding that
keeps
last.
them coming.
This
The
I
is
wasn't gonna
king
say a
of
Diego
comedy.
before.
The king of dude, Din would have 100% just walk up to the ceremony and just be like, man, love hanging with you guys.
I was tempted, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
You should do it now.
No. Wait, the
Oh,
DM is here.
This is the perfect time to do it. He can't stop you.
Now nobody's back.
Yes, I
I
can.
am.
Did you literally just put these affiliated characters on here too?
No.
Oh, because all three of us are listed as affiliated characters on the bottom of your list. The three people who
No, because those were the affiliated characters.
No, that's why you didn't. But you didn't just put those on there.
No.
Jesus Christ,
Oh,
what is it?
wow.
Oh my God, it's 85 in here. That's why I'm sweating.
What? What?
No,
Oh.
I do want to say one thing, slightly off topic, but kind of similar. I love like the split dichotomy of our two monasteries that are very close. But I love the fact that like we're kind of like very austere and we have like this grand place and we focus on death and names are important. And for them, it's like they're very natural. They're all about the life thing. Names are not important to them, at least not in the like you said, they have nicknames, but in a different kind of sense. Like just the very different split of how our worlds like were portrayed. I love that so much.
Yeah, Matt, if you because like I said whenever I first heard that you were a monk also from Abergeni, I was like, you probably would have heard of us and probably heard like not a lot of people from normal monk culture
Right.
appreciate them to the degree. They just see them as
We're not normal monk culture either, quote
Yeah,
unquote.
yeah.
When
They
when
would just see them as the hippies that don't really take anything seriously.
when Callan becomes Grandmaster, he integrates both monasteries.
I almost want to leave that at that point. It's something that I very intentionally did, Callan, to sort of piggyback off of that. Neophytos. I didn't actually say Hopper's real name.
Yep.
Which is Neophytos.
You did not.
And again, it was very, very much so that they called him Hopper. It makes sense that they would have put that sort of thing aside, that you are in fact who you make yourself to be, opposed to you are who you're called. Just sort of a contrary idea of names. But no, the entire basis from what I pulled from Jason's backstory, from how I described it, was very intentionally to set the two apart. And as I believe you and Noah knew, whenever we did our character building sessions, I've had this part planned for.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, we'll get to it in like 1 or 2 weeks. Lies.
He lies. The DM is a liar.
Anyways, go ahead, Jason. I'm sorry.
I am curious, and and this is of no consequence because Hopper has officially been put to rest.
Yes.
But I am curious as to how, in Hopper's backstory, how he left the monastery, how that went from leaving almost in disgrace to them actually seeking after him again. So I'm wondering where the gap is, and I'm excited.
I think that actually very well may come up in this next little bit because it's a celebration.
Yeah.
It's a celebration of life, and by celebration I don't mean we just say there's two parts of living, which is death and life. No, this is the joy that comes of us continuing to live as we have the guardian of hope with us. Let the fun commence. You guys
I
have
want to
earned
say I leaned over to Jason when Hopper died. I told Jason, I was like, when Callan becomes Master of Death, thing number one he does is like he gets Hopper back. Like that was absolutely my first, like my numero uno goal on getting Mastery of Death was like, Hopper's coming back because that death sucked and was not okay.
Bro, I was 100%.
So what about now?
Now I'm a Master of Death, but I obviously understand what that means now. It's different than what it was portrayed as.
And
I would hope your mentality would reflect that.
Yes, absolutely. But that was what happened like that night. I was like, bro.
yeah,
I was ready to use a wish spell to bring Hopper back, and like as soon as he failed that last death save, and then he goes, oh, and his body vanishes as he falls through. I was like, no.
because Hopper had some pretty interesting things that you could have gotten from his body, but it was gone.
No, I don't think I can't warp I can only restore it. So my
There's
full
some
hit
shit.
points
It's
are-
like, well, if you don't fucking understand to this capacity, all right, then there's a thing I have to deal with you about.
That's what I'm saying, Drew.
Hell yeah, dude.
What the fuck?
Oh man.
I love this group so much.
So we're partying, eh?
We're partying, eh?
Yeah, you're partying, eh? Basically, what these parties consist of is you get to see the woodland spirits. You get to see the woodland spirits begin to dance. You get to see the trees begin to flow and arch their branches as to where they would normally be stagnant. They begin to lower. They begin to shift with the wind, bending into new configurations. You get to hear the flower song again, and it's all joyous. Every bit of it. You can, whenever you walk around this monastery, you can smell the earth constantly. You can see wildlife moving around, and you can feel how sacred nature truly is. You can see bits of pollen that begin to swirl around in circles that become orbs that then begin to float around everyone that sort of reflect the light and refracted in interesting ways that are just sort of around, coming from the natural daylight. And up above, instead of the trees covering all of the sky, it's just as much as what the minister said. Hopper appreciated as much the ground underneath his feet. He appreciated the clouds. He appreciated the sky. The stars are above. The stars even begin to almost shine a little bit brighter on this area to give you guys instinctively more light as to where this party will continue on into the evening. It's a little after midday. It's probably about 5-6 o'clock in the evening whenever you all put Hopper to rest. So the party's just getting started. Imagine very similarly what you would imagine Bilbo Baggins' birthday to be, where you have the massive tree, or you have the party tree. It's very, very similar. And you get just more than just the ground being alive and like how hobbits have an appreciation for what nature is. You have the magic that joins into it. You have all of the spirits coming together. You have all of past satyrs, druids, dryads. Everything that lives comes. Everything that did live comes. The drink is good. The drink is from the sap from the trees. The food was freshly caught and was cooked. It consists anywhere between boars to rabbits to deer, all things that were intended to be used for a celebration. You really want fireworks?
That was just going along with the Hobbit.
I mean, it's about nature. I'm
Hell
not gonna-
yeah, dude. Get the fireworks going.
Do not spread fire among the nature spirits.
Wouldn't have fireworks, I wouldn't think, would
I
they?
think they would have
Light show. They would have a light show. But they would
Does
like someone-
Athanasius?
I mean, people are. I don't know if you guys actually want to role play this or if you guys just want me to describe the scene.
Does Athanasius have, like, does he have proximity to those things? Are they there, first of all?
no.
Oh yes,
They are there. Okay.
Oh,
I mean
God.
Does
there's
he
not
have-
actual fireworks.
I get that. I'm just
Okay.
saying, does he have proximity to possibly do something? I'm not saying that he's going to do something. Does he have
Jesus.
proximity to those things?
If you burn
Yes,
down this
you're within-
monastery.
You are within your normal proximities that you and I have discussed before.
Okay. He gauges the room. Is that going to require a perception check?
Insight technically, but
Insight? Okay.
let's go for it.
Okay. Okay. Here we go. 13. How does that go?
The mood's good. Depends on what you're planning on doing. The mood is very joyous.
Okay,
That's the best way of putting it.
okay. Then that's gonna need also a perception check. I would think. In,
All right.
in my head, like I would want to go off of what's going on, right? So I don't
sure.
want to do something wildly out of character,
Sure.
but
You notice
Okay.
a lot of ring dancing. You notice a lot of people are playing handmade instruments. You can see that that there's a lot of this back and forth of receiving of nature, but other people are going and they have a rejuvenated spirit about them of planting flowers or planting saplings of trees, very similarly as to what Chiron did during the ceremony. Of just ensuring that nature gets back from this.
okay. Unfortunately, there's not really anything because Athanasius is firebound in some sense. Well, fire and divine. There's not really much difference in this context. He wants to celebrate, but he doesn't currently see any way for him to really find that in a way that would be equally respectful, but also, demonstrable. He's kind of waiting for somebody to do something so he knows how to react.
Sure.
In that respect.
Let me go ahead and continue for a second.
Absolutely.
A large, not funeral pyre, but just a bonfire in which the meat was cooked and in which warmth was gathered, centers at the middle of this monastery in a very, very contained place, that way that it does not spread in any capacity. And a few of the members of of the order go ahead and grab these tree branches and stick them into the fire, let them burn for a moment, and then begin to wave smoke around, and little embers will fly off as well. And there is a yes, sir.
And fully, let that happen. As that goes, if specifically, if and when it would be acceptable on what they're burning in light of that, but what they've deemed worthy of burning. I'm specifically citing what is and is not worthy of burning.
Mm-hmm.
He wields his greatsword, bam, into flame, and strikes that which is deemed to burn. Strikes it with full force of 2d6 plus 1d8 of fire, all those things, and bam, he strikes that with his sort of ethereal fire-esque type to him. He hits that, and it's more of a elaborative flame demonstration of what that is.
Of course.
Athanasius is hoping to add to what they're doing, not to take away from, not to do something in addition to, but like what they're doing in reverence of that, because he has a fire attribution to him, he's hoping to accentuate that.
Of course. The wet wood that was there on the pyre that had been used to cook the meat ignites in a much warmer but not quite hot flame, more of a comforting hug, as though you've just put on a very warm sweater to anyone who is around the fire. The fire begins to leap, and as the people are waving the burning sticks around, as the smoke begins to pillar up in a circle into the canopy of the trees, it gets a little bit darker. The starlight is a little bit more muted. And as they begin to slowly move these torches around, they just begin to sort of walk around the fire, just slowly, just sort of almost meditative, walk around the fire, and the embers that pop off of the wood are gathered in midair to sort of create what looks to be just little. Just a circle or a sphere of burning embers that are encased within this smoke, as it is lifted up into the column of smoke. And as it does so, whenever it reaches the top of the trees, poofs. And what you all are able to see are probably about 1,000 or so fireflies that come out of it, and then will go about and spread sort of like fireworks. With that being said, the celebration continues on into the very late evening, and people begin to retire, as they do have an early morning.
I would have gone and found Kai after probably drinking a little bit. I would have just gone and thrown my arm around him and just been like, "Hey, it's real now. It's done. We can finally leave hell behind us." Again, I'm not saying forget Hopper, but we don't have to dwell or have that hang over us anymore. We can put that absolute crap fest behind us and move forward.
Kai is like meditatively silent for a moment, and then he goes, "We can try, Callan. We can certainly try. I'm not sure if I will, but I'm going to do my best. Like I said, towards the dawn." And with that, I guess Kyle will just like kind of disengage. You know, you can tell it's he just kind of wants to be just kind of meditative, not meditative, but just kind of alone right now. He just needs some just reflection time to think about Hopper.
If
Um,
if it helps, it could be completely, you know, aesthetic wise. Athanasius is off to himself, unless it, you know, is to the group in and of itself. What you see on screen, at least now, and hopefully moving forward, as it makes sense, is indeed what Athanasius is doing. He has these things to himself. He has cigars, this and that to himself, to where he kind of lights in admiration for these kinds of things. It's not something that he regularly does, but it's something that he does in light of these things. So I just want that to be known.
Actually, before Kai disengages with Callan, he's just gonna pull him for a hug, just a hug, you know. And it's really more like you can tell that Kai is basically at that point like leaning on Callan, like it's just like supporting himself on Callan, and then he disentangles himself and stalks off.
I would, if you want me to roll stealth for it, I will, but I would just discreetly watch him, make sure that he would not, you know, go off, wander off, be his like little depressed, you know, angsty boy self. Just you know, making sure he's okay.
I mean, you can follow him because I would like to do something before it gets too late.
Yeah, I would be watching you and just making sure that you're all right. I'd be kind of not, again, giving you your space, but you would probably pick up on the fact that I was there from time to time.
Who is in charge of like deciding where like people sleep?
It's basically just find a nice little mossy patch and lay down.
No, I would like specifically like to find where Hopper, like, did Hopper have a specific room or anything like that at this monastery?
Not a room. Hopper was more of a fan of laying underneath big trees.
All right. Kai is going to find the biggest tree that he can, and he's going to pull out his lute and just really quietly and really softly run through the songs that he knows. And, you know, he'd start with like Golden Heart and probably end up playing on Wolf Song, just really softly and sadly, till just back against the tree, just ding, just plucking at it, just as like a coping mechanism to process.
If I may ask, where is Athanasius in proximity to Chiron's plate?
Kai would specifically take measures to avoid going to a populated part. This is like a very private moment for. If like the only person I think that he would be all right with, like even coming to talk to him right now, would probably be Callan. And even then it's a maybe, because this is like a deeply personal moment for him.
Again, the inquiry is not for the sake of engagement, just for the sake of environment. Like, because
you'd probably be about 100 foot away.
Is it something that I could hear? That's really what I'm kind of looking for.
Probably not, because of how lightly he's playing.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
And Kai's just gonna lean against the tree, pluck, and watch all the little stars and everything go off as people celebrate in the evening.
And as you start to settle in there, I believe just Kai would hear this. Almost a little pipe playing along to his lute playing. And then the spirits of nature are always with you, if you would but listen.
Kai is going to bolt, like, and start looking around, like just throwing out every like sense he has, like sight, listening, like detect magic, everything, and just.
I would see him bolt up, and I'd like just run over and be like, "Are you okay? What happened? What's wrong?"
Kai would scratch his head, and nothing. I think you're right. I think we can move on.
And far off down the river, just the hopping nature satyr gives a little bit of a wave and then goes out of sight.
I can't imagine a better place to end this session. Wow, that was good. That was good. We will pick up next week. Next week is, if my memory of dates serves me correctly, is April the 2nd.
Yeah.
And man, we're getting ever close to that 3-year mark date, in which some of you guys have been playing with me for literally 3 years. Wow, what a fun one. What a
send off. What a send off.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and stop recording.